What's up, friends? My name's Aaron Ciotti. Everybody calls me Ciotti, and it's Whoop Wednesday. I'm going to stream for as long as I possibly can here to just distract everybody from the horrifying shit that's going on in this country right now. We're going to try to not talk about it. You guys were already asking about it in the stream, and I've already pissed some people off. So, yeah, it's not something that we can talk about without a bunch of people getting super angry, so we're just not going to talk about it. It doesn't help anyway. But all I'm going to say about it is just please take this seriously. It's very different than what BLM was doing. This is a very different thing. So please take this really seriously. As scared as you are, you're not overreacting. This is awful. And yeah, but let's move on. Hopefully this will be a place for you guys to distance yourself from that. Just don't look at it. Just come here. Let's work on quads. There's nothing that we can do about it other than make ourselves even more insane, and that's not going to help anything. So yeah, this should have been a day to celebrate, but it's not at all. So let's move on. Here is, if anybody, I know I have a lot of folks from outside the US. If anybody needs to know what I'm talking about, I just dropped a link into the chat. Please, moderators, looks like License to Drive, Alec, do me a favor, copy that link, and in the chat, if anybody asks about it, just drop that link, and that's it. Like that's if somebody needs to know the news, that is a 2-minute and 18-second long video that's going to let them know exactly what's going on, and then we're going to move on. So let's finish the Cinesplore. What do you think about that? There's been a 2 jelly bean bet already put into the chat that I either will or won't get it done. So I will get it done right away so that somebody wins that bet. In the chat, many people: Jeremiah Blackwell, Alec Dvornik, Katie2RDH, Larry, Tuner Taxi FPV, Dauntless FPV. Who else is here? Scrolling. Nick S is in the house. June Loco is here. Fenbot in the building. DVCR. Obese Quads, FPV Hawk. Huckleberry, FPV. Fenbot again. License to Drive, Dauntless. June Loco. Weirder with a Skateboard. What's up, my man? There's License to Drive again. There's Alec again. Pedro Tomei, Z Carrelas, E-Doc, Espander, Thuggln, THGILNE. I don't know how to pronounce that. Pesky FPV and Huckleberry. What's up, everybody? Yeah. Moderators, thank you guys. I'm just not going to read comments that have anything to do with politics because I have an opinion on the subject, and when people have the opposite opinion, they get super pissed off. And that's fine. So let's build quads. I moved this camera all around, and now, of course, it's jacked up. So let me get it fixed real quick for you guys. Come on. It's so hard to do this from the monitor because everything is backwards. Are bananas witches, and do they float? No and yes. I think bananas float. Not going to change my answer. No and no. No and no. Okay. Cinesplore. Rear ducts are good to go. VTX antennas are all set. Or antennas, as Nick Burns pronounces it. The session mount is just basically a placeholder. I don't know why I got this session mount. I guess I'll fly it around with the session and see what it's like, but yeah, it's not gonna stay. I'm growing more and more concerned with this antenna setup. I don't love this antenna setup. It relies too much on the MMCX to stay plugged in. But I don't know what to do about it. I don't know how to make it better. I'm looking at it right now, and I think what I'm going to do is just dump a big blob of welder here, so that at least if the antenna pulls, it's going to try to pull the TPU along with it. A banana in the tailpipe. Ooh, it sounds familiar. There's no real good way to shrink wrap it or zip tie it, although that's a really good idea. Maybe I could get a zip tie around the whole thing. Let's see what that. I'm going to use a big boy zip tie so I can really crank it down, and let's see if I can maybe get it around the entire mount, and then we'll see what that does. The other thing that's got me concerned is that this mount has the slot. We cut the slot in the side of this mount. Oh, I didn't want to do it that way. I wanted to do it the other way. Yeah, that was the wrong way. That's not what I wanted. It always feels bad cutting off a perfectly good zip tie like that. I actually want to put it in from this side to that side. That's what I want. Okay. And all right, what's up, T-Bird? How are you, man? Okay. Yeah. This is better. All right. So let's see what a zip tie around this mount can do. One of my little tricks to getting the zip ties tightened up when they're kind of in a rough spot is to grab them with these and then twist, and you'll twist it against the big fat square part, and you can get like one notch of pull at a time. Kind of cool. So that's pretty tight. And I mean, it's pulling on it pretty good. It's pulling the TPU together pretty good. I guess my worry is if this gets pulled, is it just going to rotate this TPU and unplug the MMCX? What I'm trying to avoid is the MMCX coming unplugged in mid-flight if I go crashing through Scraggle or something like that. That's my main worry here. And I'm tempted to just leave it as it is and see how it crashes, especially because this isn't my main Cinewoop. But I wanted to do something. I think maybe with this zip tie I feel good enough to just put the damn thing in the air and see what happens. So yeah, I'm gonna leave it there. That seems to have really kind of clamped down on the on that TPU there, which is what I was hoping for. So yeah, we'll see how it is. Also, this, in theory, the battery's going to be here, so the battery will sort of protect this, and it won't get hung up. But yeah, we'll find out the hard way, possibly. Flight controller screws are on, VTX is screwed down, camera is in, camera is plugged in, ESC is plugged into the flight controller. I've got screws on my motors. I VHB taped the Flywoo arm LEDs down, and I still need to do grip. Let's do that real quick. Dragonfly's late, so we're just going to start over. Hey everybody, my name's Aaron Ciotti. Everybody calls me Captain Shitbag Face Bastard Man. Thanks for coming. I also need a battery strap. On the other one, I have one of those Pyrodrone shorty battery straps. I run little 4S850s on this, which makes finding battery straps a little tough. But I think these two right here might work. I'm going to give them a shot. We're going to go double RDQ on the battery strap for this thing, because I don't have any more of the Pyrodrone ones. So let's go here and here, and here's my little Cinesplore battery setup, battery strap setup that I do. I've got a short one. I'm sorry, a skinny one that's a little bit longer than the micro one here, as you can see. And I put the skinny one in the back, and then the long one in the front, and then I put two little rails of TPU down. Or I'm sorry, of grip down. So let's do that. Let's go with, and I just mount them to the back slot here because I want to push the weight of the battery back as far as I possibly can. So the battery's going to be back there, and then I'm trying to see how much I want the skinny strap to go over the battery lead, or the XT30 rather. And the length on this one means that I'm actually going to put the long strap in the front here, which we'll do in a second. Before we get to that point, I'm going to put some grip down. And it looks like it's the perfect... This is just about the perfect amount, so... Okay. And let's going on in the chat over there? I'm caught up on the chat, guys. How about that? Maybe. You know, I realized I didn't really scroll. I might have missed something in the chat. If I missed your tagging me, do me a favor and just copy it and paste it. I'm gonna stay over here and just keep trucking. Speaking of trucking, I downloaded Snowbirds Invade Florida. What the hell's it called? Snow something or other. On the PS4, and Go-Kart Mozart and I were playing last night, and it was super fun. So yeah, there's going to be some snow something or other video game streams coming at you. Tonight, I'm going to be playing with my best friend in the world, Brad McManus, FPV, and potentially my other long-lost airsoft friend, Alex Palalonis, whose last name is close enough to Pantalonis, where, yeah, his last name is basically Pantalonis. So yeah, I can't guarantee. I gotta ask those guys if they're cool with me streaming it. If they're not, that's totally fine. But they probably will be. So yeah, that'll be fun. You guys will get to. I don't think you guys have ever really sort of met Brad. He's been in the middle of a move and has been getting his beautiful new house all ready to go for the majority of the time that I've been streaming really hard here. And he's a private guy. He's not like me. He's not in love with sharing everything in his entire life, because he's not a crazy person, and I am. But that's fine. So yeah, I just want to be respectful of him and Alex. But yeah, I think they'll be cool with it, and so yeah, I hope to see you on there really late at night. It'll be yeah, I mean, this stream is going to be a while because I want to give you guys a safe haven. But after this stream, I'm probably going to wind down with that game. That game is allowing me to wind down in a way that Gran Turismo doesn't. The menus, I spend a good amount of time in the menus of Gran Turismo, just kind of like farting around and looking around at different liveries of cars and taking pictures and doing all the really cool stuff that Gran Turismo does that none of the other racing games do. But the actual racing itself is very stressful. Like, I have to actually pay attention and think and try. And yeah, at 2 a.m. after a 2 or 4 or 6 hour stream, that's not always what I'm looking for. So yeah, this Snowbird Truckers game is super interesting to me. Just kind of drive around getting stuck in the mud, and then your buddies can come and help winch you out. It's FPV sharing in a nutshell. I can't get this through here, and I'm getting angry. Let's try tweezers. Aha! Aha! Come on, little fella. Come the rest of the way through. Come the rest of the way through. Yeah, there we go. I put it in there upside down. I'm the dumbest man in all the land. Wait, did I? Ah, fuck, no I didn't. God damn it. It was the right way. I shouldn't have put the skinny one through first. There we go. Over on Netflix, there's a documentary called The History of Cursing. You should go watch it. It's terrific. It completely justifies the reason why I refuse to not curse on this stream, and that makes me very happy. It's the little things, you know? It's the little things. It's an important part of our language. And it's funny as shit. There's nothing funnier than the word fuck. Sorry, but there just isn't. And, yeah. I gotta laugh to keep from crying sometimes, you know? You know what I'm saying? You know? You guys know. You guys know. If you're just joining us, don't turn on the news. Just hang out with me for the next 6 hours. It's not good. It's not fucking good. If you have turned on the news and you're scared shitless, you're not alone. That is a healthy fear. That is your brain trying to protect you. Try to channel it into something positive. This is me trying to channel it into something positive of distraction. I'm distracting both myself and you guys. So thanks for coming. Resist the urge. Moderators, please keep that link to Philip DeFranco's video handy. If anybody asks what's going on in the chat, please just send them that and nothing else. And let's just move on. Can you tell I'm scared as fuck? Let's get into the setup, because this is done from a physical building standpoint. I can put... one of the things that you do have to do with these cloud El Cheapo ducts for the Cinesplore on the front is to just take away a little bit of material here. When you mount it up, you'll see it kind of hits the TPU and it hits the top plate. Just line it up, like mock it up on there, and then take something sharp and just score it and leave the marks for the front and back of the area that's hitting, and then just take a little file and you can just melt right through it. It's not difficult. Alright, so I can put this left front duct on to make sure I took away enough, and it looks like I didn't. No shit. Yeah, I definitely didn't take enough material off of there. Okay, so you'll get to see me do it. Isn't that exciting? When I'm filing something, what I'll do is grab a microfiber and just do it on top of the microfiber, and then I'll have to clean up a mess. So I'm going to do this as quick as I can because it's probably disgusting through the microphone. And you do want to kind of take off as little material as possible, but if you go too far, it's going to be okay. Technically, this angle, this curved angle of the prop duct is the most important, which is why you should try to not take off a ton of material here, but it's not that crucial. Try your best. And don't get too nuts with this because these ducts are going to break at some point. So there we go. That's probably all we need. RiseXR CFPV with a $5 super chat. He says, "Do you have to be in the chat during the Monday night during the Monday night giveaways if you win? To win if you're a patron." I'm in the 5-inch tier of your Patreon. Totally worth every cent. RiseX, you're hitting on the big reason that I do the giveaways through Patreon is so that you don't have to be there. I don't want to penalize people that work Monday night from 10 to midnight, right? So by running 3 of the 4 giveaways on Patreon, it makes me feel a lot better about that. Because, yeah, you don't have to be in the stream to win. You just have to be a patron. And then, yeah, if you win, I shoot you a message on Patreon to get your info, and yeah, away you go. If any of you guys that are on my Patreon have not checked your Patreon messages in a while, please do. I have a whole big stack of people who've won giveaway stuff who haven't replied to my messages over on Patreon yet. So if you're a patron and you haven't checked your messages over there in a while, go right now, CiottiFPV.com, and there's a link to the Patreon page. And you might have a message from me saying, yo, you won X, Y, and Z. What's your address so I can ship this to you? All right, let me get caught up on chat just a little bit. Oh, you know what? I can do that while I'm screwing this duct in, which is now had enough material taken away, right? Yep, just enough. Well, no, not quite. Still need to take a little bit more off from the front side here. All right, hold on. I got to get better at like doing things while I'm getting caught up on the chat. It doesn't really do you guys any good to just see me waving my arms around while I answer your questions. It would be a much better situation if I could get some work done while talking through your guys' wonderful, thoughtful, amazing questions that you ask. But it's hard. I'm a man. We don't multitask well, right? And a lot of the questions you guys ask are really good and require me to do some like actual critical thinking, which makes it really difficult to both answer you and do anything over here. And that's fine. I love answering your guys' questions. I love talking to you guys. I've changed the way that I open the show from hello everyone, or whatever the fuck I used to say, to hello friends, because yeah, you guys are my friends. Brad is one of my very few like in real like IRL friends or whatever, and then it's just you guys. Not just you guys. The word "just" does not belong there. You guys know what I mean now. Dustin Gable says, hosted by Nicolas Cage. Yeah, it's hilarious. Damn right it is. Kenji FPV says, are you going to flash Emu Flight on it like Kebab? Do you like dynamic rates? I am not Kenji, and I like the idea behind the dynamic rates. I feel like they may have overcomplicated a little bit by giving us 3 completely separate things to dial in on top of the 3 separate things you're going to dial in with your rates. Betaflight's actual rates are, in my opinion, perfect, and there's really no need for any other rate setup. So yeah, I'm perfectly happy with Betaflight. Couldn't be happier, to be honest with you guys, with Betaflight. And I've tried Emu Flight. It didn't do anything better, in my opinion. I didn't fly it much, but it wasn't this magical thing that everybody seems to say it is. It was just flight firmware. And I still think that the RPM filters in Betaflight and some of the other features in Betaflight make it the best flight software. So I just sort of don't have a reason to go over to Emu Flight. I gave it a chance because everybody says that it's magic and just miraculously fixes quads that are misbehaving. And it didn't do that at all. It performed exactly like Betaflight. So yeah, I don't. If somebody can give me a compelling reason to try Emu Flight, I will. But all I hear is like, oh, well, it's kind of better, or if you don't like the tune, it's better. And that's not, yeah, that's not enough. That's not enough to to completely relearn a whole new. See, so that and that's the thing, right? Like so I've tried the easy, quick method of just dropping it on and seeing if it magically fixes things. Well, now that that's over and I've sort of debunked that, the next step is like fully diving into it and fully learning it top to bottom, and that takes a lot of time. And without RPM filtering, I'm just not going to do that. I'm not going to spend the time to learn a piece of flight software that doesn't have what certainly seems to be the most revolutionary thing to come to flight software in the last like 2 years. So yeah, maybe I'm missing out on something really great, but I doubt it. So, but all that being said, for you guys that aren't as invested in Betaflight, right? That haven't spent hundreds of hours learning every single little in and out of Betaflight, if you put EmuFlight on your stuff and you like it, that's great. Stick with it. Hopefully it sticks around, right? Like Butterflight didn't stick around very long. My guess is going to be that EmuFlight will stick around longer than Butterflight. But yeah, just keep these things in mind, right? Like, I don't want you guys to put 100 hours into learning EmuFlight and then have it, you know what I mean? Have the developers decide, like the Butterflight guys did, that it just wasn't worth it, or they're just not interested in it anymore, or this, that, or the other thing. So just be wary of that, right? Maybe don't spend a lot of time learning EmuFlight until there's more than just like 1 or 2 people working on it, and there's a little bit more confidence that it's going to stay around for a long time. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the things in tuning do transfer from one to the other, but all I ever hear people talking about with EmuFlight is how great all of these very specific features that it has are. And yeah, if it goes away, those specific features are going to be gone. So that worries me a little bit. But if you put EmuFlight on and you love it, that's amazing. Like that, and that's all that matters. Like if for some reason, and that goes for all the flight firmware, if you put them on a rig and for whatever reason it legit makes you fly better, and that experience is enough positive to offset all of the negatives that we always talk about all these other flight firmwares, awesome. Like perfect. That's the perfect reason to run those. But don't bury your head in the sand, right? Like understand that Betaflight has more features that produce better footage, in my and most pro pilots' opinions. So yeah, take everything with a grain of salt. FPV Hawk says, could you do a Watch Wednesday stream where you watch videos from the dudes in the stream? I had plans to do that, FPV Hawk, before that dude shut my channel down for 2 weeks. And now it's not something that I'll ever do. The only time that I will open myself up to that is when I'm waiting on the giveaways, and I just play a couple of your guys' videos. Yeah, I just can't, from now that I've learned, basically as a streamer, I am in, my whole shit could get shut down right this instant for 90 days. Just because I mouthed off about Trump and somebody decided that they wanted to screw me over, for example. And so, yeah, unfortunately, because of that, and because of how volatile people can be, I just can't do it. If I'm going to be doing this for a career, I can't open myself up to that. YouTube has just made it. YouTube is sort of siding on in the favor of the people whose content is being potentially stolen, which is like, that's probably the best way to do it. That's probably a really good. No, it is a really good idea for YouTube to take that stance. Yeah, and it's really scary, and I have to be, unfortunately, yeah, I can't do it. And when I do it, when I play those guys' videos while I'm getting the giveaway set up, I have to mute the sound. I have to put my own sound in. If I was going to continue, if I was going to do it more, I would have to continue to do that, and that really makes them not worth watching for the most part, unless it's an edit without audio, right? If it's an edit with music, which is most, once you remove that music, it's not really all that great of an edit anymore. You know what I mean? Because the person who made the edit very specifically chose that song because for reasons. It fits the feel of the music. It fits the tempo of the music. Yada yada yada. So yeah, until YouTube changes their policy, which they really shouldn't, because when I put myself in the person that shut my channel's shoes down, it wouldn't feel good if somebody used my video and didn't give me credit for it. I was in the wrong. I should have. I absolutely should have posted a link to the video. I should have put text up on the screen when I played it on the stream that said, "This video is the property of so and so. Please check their channel out." So yeah, I see it from both sides. It's an impossible situation, but yeah. License to Drive says, I disagree. There is one word funny, especially when Jimmy Carr or Frankie Boyle say it in their favorite crude and funny stand-up. Yeah, yeah, I agree. That word is much less acceptable, unfortunately, here in the U.S. Than it is in Europe. So yeah, that's not a word that you're gonna hear out of my mouth unless I'm really pissed off and forget that the mic or camera are on. Thanks again, RiseX, for the super chat. Very cool of you. FPV Hawk says, oh, we got that. Kenji, oh, we got that. And going back up just a little bit, Tim B says, "Piss, help me! I've just built a new quad, and now suddenly throttle is on the right stick, even though my radio is in mode 2. I was just gonna say, oh, that's funny, your radio somehow got switched. How the fuck did that happen? Speaking of the F word, I have no idea, come to think of it. If the transmitter's not in mode 2 or mode 3 or mode 1, one of the wrong modes... Oh, it's AETER versus... I think your issue is AETR versus TAER. Now that I have this other duct on that I did while I was answering questions, I can plug this rig in, and I'll show you what I mean. It's in the receivers tab. Alright. And so if you come into your receiver tab, your channel mapping is more than likely wrong. This is the only thing I can possibly think of that it would be, Tim B. Yeah. Look at the channel mapping on your quads that work, and it's probably going to be different than that new one that you just built. And then just match it up. There's only 3 options. There's mainly 2 options. There's AETR and there's TAER. I've never seen anybody use this middle one. Although, wait. Oh, there's only 2. I never even clicked on the middle one. The middle one is the same thing as the default. AETR 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that should be your problem. If it's not, Tim, yikes. I literally have no idea what it could be if that's not the problem. FPV Hawk says, could you... Oh, we've got that. Dustin Gable says, what are your thoughts on the Mamba F405 Mark II? Let's look it up. I don't know that one offhand. Mark II. Why Mark II? What makes this Mark II? What did they fuck up in Mark 1? Looks all right. Pad layout. I've got a Mamba F7 something or other in the budget rig, and it's been totally fine. I don't love the way the pad layout is, but that's like a super kind of nerdy thing to nerd out about. Nano RX on that side. I'm looking at the pad layout here to see where they probably have the same pad layout. Okay, so they've got you hooking up the VTX here on the side, right next to the USB, and I don't like that. To me, they should put the VTX pads on the side of the flight controller that most people are going to face rearwards, because that's where the VTX usually sits. And then they should be putting the camera pads on the front, on the side of the flight controller that people usually put in the front, so that the camera goes right back to it. I guess that's not as much of a big deal anymore with DJI, come to think of it. But yeah, the Mamba flight controllers don't have the pads laid out like that. And there's a lot of different options in flight controllers, so simple stuff like that become a big deal because we have so many options, you know what I mean? But yeah, other than that, it's probably really good. What I like about the Mamba flight controllers is that I don't hear from everyone that they catch on fire, right? that means a lot, and that's a really good thing. Richard says, that's what always got brought up in my performance reviews at work. I can't multitask well, which is BS because they dumped everything on me. Yeah, it's funny how that works, right, Richard? From now on, just say, well, what do you expect? I'm a male. Or just tell them, what do you want me to do? Juggle 80 things and do them all poorly? Or focus on less things and do a really good job? Unfortunately, most jobs will tell you to do 80 things poorly. One of the things I really don't miss from being in the business world and doing this full time, because I have control over this. I can do a really good job with everything with this as a career, and you guys seem to like that, so I'll just keep doing it. Weirdo the Skateboard says, could you check Discord? I've dropped a link and would love to see your opinion on it. I actually still have Discord running. No, I don't. I quit out of it because I go on there, I post an @everyone with a link to this, and then I just run for the hills because I'm always doing it like a minute before I need to stream. There's Weirdo's weirdo thing, and I don't see it, Weirdo. Did you not private message it to me? Ryzex messaged me on there. He said, on the Monday night giveaway, do you have to... Hey! Glad I answered it for you eventually. But I just answered that on the stream. This is me making sure that I don't see that unanswered comment in like 6 months from now and feel like a complete shithead. So I typed back to Ryzex, nope, but I just answered that on the stream. There's Weirdo. He's dropping a link. Oh, it's a wood quad. I've heard about this. Pineapple leaves. What? All right, I'm down. Dude, I have a funny... So, carbon fiber, the motorsport world has been playing around with using, well, not just the motorsport world, but also, I guess, the aerospace world. They've been messing around with, over the years, with, like, introducing different things to carbon fiber, like Kevlar, to make carbon Kevlar. Hemp has really interesting, the strands of hemp have some really interesting properties. Maybe banana leaves as well. But yeah, I think there could be some really neat things that happen in the future for us with like carbon fiber infused with something, something wacky that we wouldn't have thought of. that maybe like reduces vibrations or has some other property that benefits us. So when I see stuff like this, I get all excited about that. A drone made from pineapple. See, look. This is what I'm saying. They even call it out. Pineapple leaf fibers are very strong, and it looks like this person is just making carbon fiber from pineapple leaf strands. That is amazing. Interesting design with like another base plate up here. Huh. Super interesting, man. Just gonna fast forward this. In theory, if I fast forward this enough, YouTube won't be able to pick it up. Yeah, it looks like they're feeding the strands into a machine that's gonna then maybe weave them like carbon fiber. Very cool. Very, very cool. All right, running away in hopes that I don't get thrown in the clink. Good find, weirdo. That's super cool. I'm gonna actually watch that video after the stream. Kenji says, thanks for answering my questions. I smashed that like button. Thank you, Kenji. If any of you other guys would like to click the like button or smash the like button, whatever you prefer, you can do that. If not, that's okay too. I always forget when I'm watching other people's videos, so I can't really yell at you guys too much. But apparently it helps, so if you want to help, then you can do it. In the chat, we've got a little bit more love before we get back to the Cinesplore. Tim B says, thanks so much. It was the TAER. I knew it. Brian Ladmiral beat me to it and said channel remapping, as did Z Carazales. I'll get there eventually. Weirdo the Skateboard says, can we all just agree that Billy Connolly is the greatest comic ever to live? I definitely don't agree, but I don't know who I would kind of want to say Jim Carrey, but I don't know. He didn't have as long of a. He's not doing much, right? Like he didn't have that. George Carlin might be George Carlin for me. Yeah, I think it's George Carlin for me. I think him, in my opinion, he's the top, the GOAT, the greatest of all time. That is a fiercely personal thing, though. Comedians tend to be, your taste in comedians tends to be very, very personal, and that's okay. That's a good thing. If you're into comedy and comedians, and or mental illness, there's a phenomenal podcast called The Hilarious World of Depression. The Hilarious World of Depression, where the host, John Moe, interviews comedians. And it's a little known fact, but most comedians have pretty horrible mental illness issues. And the podcast is for me, it was a life-changing podcast, like a literal life-changing podcast. In some of my darkest times working for pharma, I would have that podcast on pretty much 10 hours a day. It was kind of the only thing that got me through some pretty nasty shit back when I lived in Charleston. So yeah, check it out. Even if you don't care about mental illness, if you like comedians, you will love getting to hear them really open up and talk about some crazy shit in their lives and spin it all in a way that's absolutely hysterical. The podcast it'll make you cry 3 seconds before it makes you laugh your ass off. And yeah, it's just phenomenal. And the acronym for it is THWOD, THWOD. THWOD in the chat, and they have a great Facebook group as well. Really incredible little community that they've built around that podcast. Where did this get? Oh no, we got that. Where are we at here? Channel mapping. Okay, good. Brian Ladmiral says there are more options than that. Multiple modes that aren't in a tab. I have to manually input them. Of course, I'm a weirdo and fly mode 3. Interesting. Yeah, I've never really dove into anything other than the normal to know what you have to do to switch to a different layout. Juan Jose Gomez says hello. Z Carolus says, what has been your favorite pad/board layout? Talon F7, hands down. The only problem about the Talon F7s is that it seems like the BECs are not. They might have picked a BEC that's not the best one available, because after a whole bunch of batteries, they'll sometimes fail. I've had Talon F7s that lasted well over a year.
I don't want to scare the garbage fairies.
Okay.
They're all like immigrants.
Do whatever you want. I trust you.
Okay.
Just don't get us killed, please. Juan Jose Gomez says... Wait, no, we got that. Dustin says, all right, thanks. I've got the wiring diagram already downloaded, checking it out. My second favorite board layout is the Acon F7 20x20, and those have been more durable than the Talon F7s. As soon as Surge gets back to me and gets me set up with a affiliate account on Pyrodrone, they're the only place that has those. I will have a link to them down below in the description. But yeah, it's just the Acon F7 20x20. It's not the DJI one. There's two versions of it. One of them has a specific plug header for DJI. One of them does not. The easiest thing is just to look at which one's cheaper. The DJI one is more expensive. Drone pilot. Oh, what's that? Is that a Big Mac? Did you give me a Big Mac?
Yeah.
All right, you can take all the guns down if you've got a Big Mac for me. Thank you.
I had to go meet a client at the McDonald's, so
I didn't even know you left.
yeah, I had to go get. I had to go meet a client.
All right. I've got a Big Mac. I am hungry as shit too. I'm gonna play some flight footage for you guys, because I'm sure you don't want to listen to me and watch me eat. So here comes some flight footage. I'm gonna keep looking at the chat. Well, no, hold on. Let me get caught up on the chat. I think I'm really close. 636, 647. Yeah. Drone Pilot likes the Maytech F7 HD pad layout. Oh! Don't breathe French fries.
Oh no. And they gave me a Coke that has syrup in it. It tastes terrible.
Oh. Oh, fuck.
So bad.
Do you guys see the look of, like, legit terror in my eyes? Oh my god. You know, like, every once in a while, like once every couple years,
Don't die.
you'll legit, like,
Don't die.
eat something wrong and almost die. That was it. That was it. Oh my god. Yeah, like, I thought it was it. I was pretty sure of it. I was like, oh man, not like this. Not on the stream.
Not a Big Mac.
Oh, fuck. Whoa. Whoa. Okay. Wow. So apparently it's a safety issue eating on streams. It's not just that it makes people lose their minds. It's that you'll die. So noted. Don't eat. Don't eat on your own live stream. Either your fans will kill you, or the French fry will kill you. Holy hell! Oh my god. Dragonfly says beta 85 or beta 95. Any tips / adjustments you'd recommend for either? Dragonfly, that decision is solely on what you're gonna do with it. The 85 is going to go faster and carry speed better. The 85 is going to travel slower and move around in smaller spaces better. So if you're building it to fly outside, for example, 95, if you're building it to fly outside and inside or just like do work inside, 85 for sure. Basically, as the weight comes down, there's less momentum. So when you're flying inside where the walls are really close compared to outside where there are no walls, right? Yeah, every extra gram that you save makes a huge difference. It's one of the reasons why I fly lightweight rigs across the board, because lightweight rigs don't carry so much momentum when I don't want it to. And it just makes it makes them a lot more accurate to fly. So yeah, Weirdo with Skateboard, don't try and smash the like button on my tablet. Now no longer works. Alec DeVernick says Mitch Hedberg for me, but George Carlin is the king. Richard says good Carlin for sure. I got all his stand up. David Letterman. We think of David Letterman as a late show host, right? But he's a comedian through and through. And that's tough. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if it would be George Carlin or David Letterman. David Letterman has done more for the comedy world than a lot of people give him credit for. That's hard. I'm going to think about that some more. Jeremiah Blackwell says, what's the shortest height flight controller ESC stack, 30 millimeters or 20 millimeters, that you'd recommend? I used to build... depends on if it's for a micro or a 5-inch. On my micros, I used to have a ESC flight controller setup. This was back when I used to fly those Maytech F411s. Where I could build the entire stack with 13 millimeters. Bottom to top, it was 13 millimeters right on the nose. And then that would allow me to run a DV. This is back before the HD boards. Well, no, this is right when the HD boards started, because they were all still single boards. So I could do 13 millimeters, and then that would give me just enough room for the HD board, and I could put the whole package under 20 millimeter standoffs. That's as slammed as I've ever had it. I stopped needing to slam the stacks like that because I moved over to the glide frame on my 5-inch rigs, where you can put the 20 by 20 flight controller up front behind the camera, 30 by 30 flight ESC in the middle, and then your communications package in the rear. And that's why on my glides I was able to just go to once the nano cameras got good, I was able to just go to 15 millimeter standoffs. I didn't have to do anything other than swap the camera to go from 23 all the way down to 15 millimeter standoffs on the glides. So yeah, frame choice has something to do with that, right? Like if you really want to slam your deck, look for potentially some frames that allow you to do that by separating the components out. Yeah, I haven't looked at I haven't needed to really slam the components like that in a while. but what I can say is if the height is a concern, for example, the Talon F4. So when if that's a concern, do this. When you're buying your components, look at the pictures and look at where the different things are on the boards in the pictures. And just in your head, look at your planned ESC and your planned flight controller, and just in your head, try to figure out how you can mount those things so that the tall components, right, the plug headers, the USB ports, sometimes there's a big ass tall BEC on there, and you can see this in the pictures on the website, right? You can look at those pictures and tell how tall the components are. Just think through it, and just think through how can I match these things. So typically your ESC is going to have a big ass plug header on it. So just in your head, just be like, all right, how would I do that? If I put that ESC plug header forward, how would I get that flight controller to stack on there as flat as possible? And what Talon, or what HeliDirect, or Heli Nation rather, did with the Talon F4 is the same thing that HDLRC did with this flight controller, where the one side of the flight controller is damn near completely flat. See it there? This side is almost completely flat. There's really no tall components there. They put all the tall components on the other side, which I really like. I really, really, really like when a flight controller manufacturer does that. It just makes the packaging of it 1,000 times easier. Drone Pilot says, I have a link to the best crimped MMCX to SMA connectors. Almost no loss, straight connectors. May I post it? Always. You guys can always post links. Richard says, Ron White is pretty good too. William Barlow also likes Ron. Weirdo with a Skateboard says, might be a blast because most of my humor is greatly based around Billy Connolly's comedy, and he's the pride of Glasgow, and a rate that Oddcasts too. Oh, podcast, right, got it. Oh. All right, here's some flight footage. I'll be back. I gotta eat and take this call actually. I'll be back.
Thanks, John. Thanks, Willard. There. Getting there.
There's like a mist out. I don't dare to run to you. What if I get swallowed up by something we can't see? I was out in the night when something grabbed me. I swear it hurt. Kind of felt like something cold-blooded stabbed me. The streets are playing with my mind. I'm losing everything inside. Time stands still as we go blind. We're losing everything. The streets are playing with my mind. I'm losing everything inside. Time stands still as we go blind. We're losing everything. Whoa, I will never be there. Whoa, no more nightmares. I hold my breath and say a prayer. Dear God, from now on I'll be good. No more wars, no more lonesome cries. I'll volunteer in the neighborhood. The streets are playing with my mind. I'm losing everything inside. I'm losing everything inside. The streets are playing with my mind. I'm losing everything inside. Time stands still as we go blind. We're losing everything. Whoa, I will never be there. No more nightmares. Tell me that you're gonna go and get help. Tell me that you're gonna go and get some help. The streets are playing with my mind. The streets are playing with my mind. With my mind. The streets are playing with my mind. I'm losing everything inside.
Alright, so let me let you guys hear these motors. I'm going to come right up in front of myself, hammer on the throttle. You guys can hear how quick they wind up, because I think that does help. That is something you can kind of tell, how quickly a motor winds up. Alright, enough of that. The Big Mac did not take me that long to eat, but I completely forgot that I had a call with the gents from FPV Cycle to talk about some stuff. So I spent some time with them. They're still talking, but I told them that you guys are my true love, and that I was gonna have to let them go and hang out with my true loves. Here's a question for you guys. Monthly subscription crate, right? And then now all of a sudden we've gone digital. And the price of all these digital components is way higher than what a monthly crate is set up to handle, right? What? Obviously, it's like, okay, well, I guess you have to just make a more expensive crate for DJI stuff, right? What can you guys think of? I'm the worst because I'm not on DJI, so I can't think through this, but what, you know what I'm saying? How do you make digital fit within an analog priced monthly crate? You can only give people so many left-hand circular polarized antennas, right? I don't think there's a way to do it. But everybody wants digital. I don't think there's a way to do it yet, because all of the digital components are really expensive right now. I think once we have an individual like HD VTX that's sold separately, individual DJI cameras that are sold, you know what I'm saying? Doc says, wouldn't it be the same as the analog ones, just take the VTXs out of circulation? Well, right, and then but then it's like, yeah, how do you do it? How do you do it? I don't think there's a way to do it until there are more digital electronics to choose from. Well, that's the other thing too, right? It's a monthly crate, so it's like if you put one digital thing per crate, in like 6 months there would be no more digital things available. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to think through it. A lot of the feedback that FPV Crate is getting from people right now is, I'm on digital. When are you gonna have a digital crate? And it's like, I don't know. What do you want us to put in there, right? And how on earth are we gonna... So yeah, that was some of what we talked about. I won't tell you the rest of what we talked about because it was private. Alec Dvornik says, what do you think the ratio is between analog and digital pilots? I think... Oh man, Joshua answered that way better than I'll ever be able to. But it was a while ago, and I don't remember. I remember when he gave the number, I was surprised that there weren't more pilots on digital. That's what I remember. I don't remember the actual number, though. Jason Crabtree says, take the air units apart and each month send them Alex says, oh, we got that. Kenji says, do you switch off all gyro low-pass filters when you run RPM filtering? What's your filtering latency? Sometimes, Kenji, I do. It depends on the rig. I have a couple rigs that I have like these 3 sort of identical glide rigs. The budget rig doesn't have any of that fancy stuff. The budget rig is like the basher rig. So it's got more filtering basically than the other rigs, than the rest of them. The other 2 glides I try not to beat up as bad, and they progressively become less filtered. Like the order that I fly the rigs in is the order of the filtering. So like most filtering on the budget rig, a little bit less filtering on the glide that I typically fly next, and then on the more cinematic one, and on the full blown big boy cinematic rig over here, the big 5.5 inch 6 inch rig. That's another step of a reduction of filtering. Which so yeah, and that's why I preach so hard about you guys coming and hanging out and letting me teach you how to tune rather than asking me for a diff or a CLI dump that you can then just copy and paste. So yeah, and I have no idea what my filtering latency is. I don't really care to find out because I run the filtering as aggressively as I realistically can, and that's like done. Like that's where I want to have it tuned. I don't want to know how much or how little latency because that's going to make me kind of get even more nuts about like, ooh, can I push it even farther? I can't feel a difference between in latency between those four rigs. So yeah, sure, it's helping behind the scenes, but I value having a safer rig that I can fly home on like 2 out of 3 blades, for example, than something that's absolutely at the razor bleeding edge of performance that I have to kind of baby. I tune within this window of like realistic hard flying rather than like, you know, I'm never going to crash ever. I'm never going to bang a motor. I'm always going to put fresh props on, even if I've flown them once and they haven't been crashed. That ain't me. And that's a very important part of tuning is to realize that and to tune for your flying style as well as your rig as well as blah, 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 blah. Raccoon FPV, great question, Kenji. Raccoon FPV says, do you know of any good 1S whoops as I now have Crossfire and FR Sky? Raccoon, the only whoop that I can really recommend at the moment is the Mobula 6 with the 25,000 kV motors. Whoop manufacturers, do better. Build better 1S whoop boards. Build better frames. But I really like the Newbie Drone Cockroach frame, but the Meteor 65 frame is also really good, a little bit lighter. There's not a lot of... I'm pretty nuts for the spec that I'm looking for from a whoop, in that I want it to carry an Insta360 Go. What's cool about me being insane about them is that if I can finally find a whoop board that's good for me, it's going to be like mind-blowingly good for everyone else because I'm trying to do something that's like you know, way, way, way off the reservation, like way more than tiny whoops should be able to do. So yeah, I'm just going to keep trying them. I got to get there's a Beta FPV put out a new 1S board that I need to try that I think they might have Crossfire on, maybe? Scrolling up in chat because I was gone for a half an hour. Blizzard FPV says, what's for dinner? It was a Big Mac and some French fries, and now I have a stomachache. Scrolling. AD says, yo, turn that footage down just a bit so I can groove these inspirational jams half an hour ago. Too late now. Sorry, AD. Blizzard FPV says, thumbs up for CiottiFPV. Thank you, Blizzard. Feral FPV says, do you need a 107 to e-bag? No. Well, maybe. It depends. I don't think so. I don't think that what I'm doing is in violation of Part 107 because the source of revenue from Patreon and from what I do is this, like right now, and I'm not flying right now, so they can eat me. If I did start monetizing my flight edits, that would be a totally different story. But I don't monetize my flight edits, and I barely show them. So in my opinion, I'm fine. Hopefully I don't get a letter. Metal Dirtskin says, in reference to the digital FPV crate, that's one reason I switched to the sub 250 box. A lot of my micros are still analog anyway. That's interesting. That's super interesting. Thank you for that, Metal Dirtskin. That they're gonna want to hear that, and I'm gonna tell them that. What would you guys? One of the things that I brought up is for them to just basically get more active in the community. What if one of the only idea I had off the top of my head was what if I did like a every other week or maybe every week FPV crate ish stream. The worry is that it turns into a bitch fest and everybody that's even remotely upset comes and just vents. But yeah, I don't know. If we did something like that, it might be a cool way to get a bunch of ideas and figure out what people are looking for. And then there's like a free box or whatever as a giveaway, as a you know what I mean, as a little bit of incentive. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think, because I really do believe in what FPV Crate is doing. I think they do a better job at sending out useful stuff than any of the other companies. Subscription boxes are sort of generally overstock, stuff that stores can't get rid of. And yeah, they just let it go cheap and then they box it up and send it out, and maybe it's useful, maybe it's not. FPV Crate goes the other side of it, and they try to just like troll all the new stuff and all the stuff that's got all this hype around it, so that you can try all the new stuff and see if you like it. And if you don't, then you can go on FPV Exchange and sell it. Oh, that's interesting. Should they work with FPV Exchange so that when you get the box, this month's box, and one of the things in there you don't have a use for. Oh. That could be cool. Scrolling up some more, Metal Dirksen says, is this at the foot of that huge bridge across Charleston Harbor? It is not, Metal Dirtskin. That is the bridge at the foot of Daniel Island. The bridge that you're thinking of, there's no real way to, believe me, I've tried, there's no way to safely fly it. Yeah, this is a much smaller bridge. Those pillars are about 80 feet high. And in some of that footage, the bridge was closed, for the record, for anybody that's upset when I went up near where the cars would be. That bridge actually, that bridge needs to be replaced, actually. That's like it's like an 8-year-old bridge that the people that built it fucked up, and it is in danger of falling down. So they're going to have to replace that big bastard. That bridge was closed for a while when I worked in Daniel. To give you guys some idea of Charleston, Daniel Island is just like a city in near Charleston. It's like 5 minutes from downtown Charleston, and there's only 2 roads in, and that's one of them. And they closed that big bastard down for like months at some point. My commute went from 7 miles. And it took me, my commute with that bridge was 7 miles, and it would take me about 45 minutes to do that. And then they closed that down, and that turned into an 1.5-hour commute. And yeah, if they have to rebuild, they eventually opened up one side of it, and they were sending cars both ways on one side of it, and that was creepy. But yeah, it's a really interesting bridge. It's the best spot to fly in all of Charleston. Dauntless says, what's this? Bounce back in Ciotti's tune? Yep, that was the Kiss rig. Interesting that you saw that, Dauntless, because when I'm arguing with people that are Kiss supporters, and I send them that video. They say, oh, it looks great. There's no bounce back there. And I go, this is why I'm going to stop. And that's where the conversation ends for me. That's why I talk a lot about, like when I talk about tuning and part selection, I try to use the words for you or for me a lot, because some people have no idea what... Some people just... bounce back doesn't affect them. They don't think it looks bad. I think it looks horrible. I think it looks incredibly unprofessional and just ruins otherwise good flight footage. But I'm just one dude on the internet with crazy hair. Dragonfly says, how do you deny Mitch Hedberg and his brilliance? Oh, yeah, Mitch Hedberg. Don Ladd says, I've just spent an hour trying to bind my TX16X. The module keeps getting kicked out. I forgot to put in a receiver number. I'm a dunce. Always something, Don. It is always something. Where do the skateboard says, check the Discord. Oh, foreshadowing. I feel like is this back where I was still here? William Barlow says, any tips on keeping my UFL connected? Damn thing keeps falling off. Yes, William Barlow. UFL is much better than MMCX as long as you shrink wrap the UFL down. And I don't have anything to show you, but it's super straightforward. When you have a UFL on a board, take your UFL antenna and plug it into that UFL port so that the antenna runs the length of the board and basically goes away from where you want to send the antenna. So you've got your VTX, let's say this is the rear of the quad and the UFL port is typically back here. Plug your cable in like this so that the antenna is going forward inside the rig. Put a piece of shrink wrap, like a nice thick wide piece of shrink wrap there. That's going to pull the UFL down. The other thing it's going to do, it's going to hold the wire. And it's going to hold the wire down with the strength of the shrink wrap. For a little while, I was doing 2 layers of shrink wrap to really hold that thing down, right? So then the wire, you're going to do this with it, and then you're going to send that wire out the back. So you lose a little bit of wire length, but typically you have enough. And what it does is when that wire gets pulled, it pulls up on the shrink wrap. And in the absolute worst case scenario, it'll rip the shrink wrap and it'll safely pull the UFL off. But I've never had that happen. I've never had it get through the shrink wrap. It's always, in the worst of cases, it pretty much ripped the VTX out the back of the rig. But the UFL was fine. It ripped the connectors off and everything on the front of the VTX, but the UFL was totally fine. You can do it the other way. If you need the antenna length, you can put the UFL, here's the VTX, UFL's on the back. You can run the wire straight out and still do shrink wrap. It'll just be nowhere near as strong. And what'll happen is when the head of that UFL, if it gets pulled, it'll rip the cable right out of the head of the UFL. The UFL will stay connected because of the shrink wrap, but it'll ruin that by ripping the cable out. That's why you want to do it the other way, so that when it pulls, it just creases the cable. It doesn't rip the cable apart, because the little head of the UFL is only crimped onto the wire. If you take the head, you can do it with your bare hands. If you take the head of a UFL and the wire, you can just go and rip it out. You have to really yank, but you can pretty easily rip it right out of there. So yeah, I never face the UFL backwards if there's any chance of it getting pulled on, because it'll just annihilate it. Dustin says, breathe. E-Doc says, we can see your tears. Here's where I died. Z says, dies. Brian says, 2 out of 3 Talon F7s of mine burned out. It was the dual gyro version. I've never bought the dual gyro version. I've always bought the MPU 6000 version. And I also have, I think I have 3 where the BECs failed. I only buy Talon F7s for micros at this point. And for whatever reason, they've been completely fine on micros. that doesn't really make any sense because all I was running in them in the 5-inch rig, well, it might make sense. It doesn't make sense from like a am I pulling too hard on the BEC and it's dying standpoint. Like that makes no sense because on my 5-inch rigs, I'm just running the camera and the receiver off the BEC. So I'm definitely not overloading the BEC, but on a 5-inch rig, the forces generated in crashes are orders of magnitude higher than with micros. So, and I do know that the BEC that they used is a big bastard. So maybe that BEC that they used is just heavy enough where on a hard crash, it fails in some strange way. Because that's the only time that I've had Talon's F7s let go is during crashes. So yeah, it hard to tell, but just some guesses. Where do I say prices? Please stop. I haven't eaten in hours. FPV Hawk says now he's happy since he has a Big Mac. Oh, Richard says Eddie Murphy, Richard Pryor, Lewis Black. Yeah, Lewis Black is a little too. Lewis Black is a little too dark, I think, to say that he's the best of all time. Pryor and Eddie Murphy, though, yeah, they could, I could totally see them as the GOATs, easily, either one of them, easily. Felix FPV says, 1S Tiny Whoop recommendations. I think we talked about it, Felix. If not, post it again. And I'm as high up as YouTube will let me go in the chat. So if I didn't call your quoted, if you tagged me and I didn't call it out, it's gone forever. Just ask me again. Dauntless says, if I could see the bounce back on the Kiss rig, then something is wrong. Andrew Kelly says, looking forward to Fiverr session for sub 250 freestyle. For Talon F7, what do you looking for Fiverr session for sub? Are you, Andrew? Are you suggesting a different a thing that I do on Fiverr surrounding micro stuff? Let me know. And then Andrew says, for Talon F7, what do you prefer, MPU 6000 or Twin ICM for a freestyle basher? Hands down for everything, MPU 6000. Mark Spatz UAV Tech has 2, maybe 3 videos now comparing all of the gyros, and the MPU 6000 just keeps winning over and over and over again. Not to mention that inside the gyro, there's a bunch of little fingers that kind of move around. That's what senses the motion. And inside of the MPU 6000, so the loop time of the gyro is literally when it's powered on, the little fingers are moving. Like they move on their own, and then they move from the universe moving. The MPU 6000 runs at 8K, 8,000 cycles a second. So the little fingers are going 8,000 times a second. All the rest of these gyros, all these ICM gyros, run at 32K. So the little fingers are doing four times as much work. They're moving around 4 times as often. So for me, I would think that those little fingers are going to wear out 4 times faster. And gyros are wear items. You will lose a gyro at some point in your FPV career from it just wearing out or taking too much punishment in crashes. So yeah, I would rather have the MPU 6000 at 8K especially because none of the other ones perform any better. like the performance at this point is pretty much the same. Mark put a video out like last week about testing all the new gyros, and yeah, in black box with a little bit of a margin of error, the performance is identical, and the margin of error is small enough where it could be just like statistical noise or whatever. So yeah, MPU 6000 across the board for me. I will not put a flight controller into a rig that doesn't have an MPU 6000 in it. They have been really good to me, and you can still get them. They have been discontinued, so yeah, at some point, unfortunately, we'll lose them. When I start to see flight controllers not coming with MPU 6000s anymore, I will pick a flight controller and buy a shitload of them. because I don't want to get asked out. We're a very niche market, so these gyro manufacturers will never take our needs into consideration. So there's a chance that the MPU 6000 will be the best gyro for FPV quads that we ever get. And if that's the case, I want to make sure I'm loaded up on them. Oh, yeah. Andrew, did you get back to me? Wait. I didn't recognize the last name. I messaged you earlier today. Jump on Fiverr, Andrew. I want to lock down the day and time. Because we were talking about 7, but I just wanted to make sure that it was locked down. Also, I only have 1 day and 13 hours on that Fiverr job before Fiverr does the thing again and says, "You're slow, Ciotti." So at some point, I'm just gonna have to hit the button on this order that says "Deliver now," just so that I don't get yelled at by Fiverr. Don't worry about that. We're gonna get. Yeah, I'm not just gonna run away and not help you out. You're locked in. You're good to go. We're gonna spend. We're gonna get you going. So I'm looking forward to that, brother. Can't wait to meet you. I didn't connect the dots because on your screen name over there is Kelly World, and I saw your name Andrew, and I didn't notice your last name is Kelly. Okay, awesome, Andrew. Thank you for that. I got to figure out. I don't know what to do about that. I don't want my Fiverr. So the way Fiverr works is they're more of a the deliverables are usually more physical. So you put in like your time frame that it takes you to complete whatever you're doing, and then Fiverr like really holds you to that. Like as a seller or whatever the hell I am on Fiverr, they're kind of crazy about your response time. I have all the jobs on Fiverr set with like a 5 business day time frame. The job that I made for Andrew, I did my first custom order on there and I fucked up. When you do a custom order, you have to reset that duration, and I didn't change it, and the default value for some reason is 1 day. And yeah, I got slapped on the wrist by Fiverr. But yeah, I feel like I might. So people have lives, and like they're gonna come on there, and there's gonna potentially be a date and time that I don't have available, and then if it takes them another couple days to find a time, you know what I mean? I don't want to have to do this, so I think I'm just gonna have to set my delivery time to like 2 weeks so that Fiverr doesn't yell at me, and so that I have enough time to comfortably schedule something that actually works for everyone. But I'll figure it out. Tiago says the ICM gyros that are in use now are designed for drones. The first version were cell phone models. True, but they're not designed for our drones. Our rigs just have, in my opinion, a different set of operating parameters than a photography drone, right? A photography drone, it's going to hover at like a very specific RPM, and they can really filter the shit out of that RPM range. Whereas our rigs need to have built-in hardware filtering in the gyros that's a little bit more robust than that, because we'll cruise at like 20% throttle, 40% throttle, 42% throttle, 420% throttle, the weed number. So yeah, the MPU 6000, basically the MPU 6000 has the most internal hardware filtering, which is what makes it the best for us, because the internal hardware filtering is incredibly fast. And it's at 8K, which I really like. We are caught up on the chat. Back to the Cinesplore. What a crazy stream this has been. What a crazy day and stream and life we are living. It has already been discontinued Is that IRIC? Is that how that's pronounced? IRIC? MPU 6000 was discontinued like about a year ago, believe it or not. But apparently, there are a lot of them in circulation because people are still making flight controllers, like brand new flight controllers with MPU 6000s on them. Oh, that's interesting, Tiago. Tiago says the ICM advanced filters aren't enabled due to performance issues. What are the... I haven't even heard of... I haven't done any research on the ICM gyros because I don't like them. What are the advanced filters, Tiago? I haven't heard of that before. Plugging back into Betaflight, and we are going to set this Cinewoop up. But first, let me check on my wife to make sure she's not having an existential meltdown because this has been a weird day. Be right back. All right, here we go. Here we go. Metal Dirt 10 says, what about that crazy Bosch gyro that Brain FPV uses in its new Radix? I was so pissed that that Mark's video from last week about the gyros didn't have that in there, but I'm sure that they didn't send him one ahead of time. Like, there was no way it was going to be in there. But when I saw his the thumbnail pop up, I was like, oh! And then I looked, and that gyro wasn't in there. I was like, oh, god damn it! I'm sure that Mark will do a just subscribe to UAV Tech. I'm sure that he'll do a video on that new Bosch gyro in the new Brain FPV Radix 2. All that being said, unless that gyro is an awful lot better, I love what Jen and I forget her husband's Martin. I love what Jen and Martin are doing. Don't get me wrong. I absolutely love it. But gyros are wear items, and a $50+ flight controller versus a $32 flight controller, I'm just not in a place to be able to afford the $50+ flight controller, unless for some reason that gyro is more durable, or I don't know. I would need a reason to spend that much money on a flight controller. I also don't love that they do their own hexes. I really prefer a flight controller that uses the existing targets that are available. They have to do that. They have to do custom firmware, Betaflight firmware, because they use a graphical OSD. Just like Newbie Drone, it's the same reason that Newbie Drone has to do specific hexes. It's tough. Luckily, they do some really cool shit with their OSD, like a graphical readout of what's happening with the gyro. Yeah, it's tough. I'm just gonna wait for Mark to test that new Bosch gyro, and we'll see. ICM advanced filters. Oh wait, no, we got that. Metal 13 set. We got that. They have an advanced firmware filter identical to Betaflight, and Betaflight seems to wait. What? They have an advanced firmware filter identical to Betaflight, and Betaflight seems to have less lag. Realistically, we just have to wait for Mark to test it. He's the only one that knows enough to to give us any actual data on it. C. Kirk says, Mobula 6, 25,000 kV flight time. Depends on how hard you're going to fly it, but I get between 1.5 minutes and 2 minutes. I know that doesn't seem like a lot, but it takes about 3 seconds to switch a tiny whoop battery. so I will take a lower amount of runtime for better performance on a Tiny Whoop every single day of the week. A Tiny Whoop on those 25,000 kV motors, once you fly it, you will not give a fuck about flight time because it flies so much better than anything else. It is so worth it. Nukem says, hate waiting for the hexes for Radix. Yeah, it's tough. Here we go. Rick Toft says UAV Tech did a good video comparing the 3 gyros. Mark certainly did. It's from last week. Check his channel out, UAV Tech, and I can't wait for the next one of those videos with this new Bosch gyro in it. Cinewoop is plugged in. Let's do a scratch setup in Betaflight. When you launch into Betaflight with a brand new rig, the first thing you want to look at is up here and see what version firmware it's on. This one is on 4.1.6, and that is just not new enough. So we're going to get it on to 4.2. The target is called out right below it. Hannah Talon F7 Fusion. Did I accidentally buy a F7 Fusion? Wait a second, because I think there's a then you go to update firmware. I think there's a specific. I think there's 2 different targets. One of them is for the MPU 6000. The other one's for the Fusion with the 32K gyros. It's not Maytech. It's Talon. T for Talon. Talon F7 V2, Talon F7 Fusion, Talon F7 DJI HD, Talon F4. I mean, the safest thing to do is just to keep it on the same target. So that's what I'm going to do. Because it doesn't even really look like... I mean, in theory, this F7 V2 here, in theory, that's the one for the MPU 6000. But... Well, wait, let's see. We can figure this out. No, we can figure this out. Let's connect to it and let's look at the PID loop frequency. 8K! And it only goes up to 8K. Yeah, okay. So this is not... This is the MPU 6000. I did not accidentally... That's weird that... that's weird. Huh. Well... Let's see if it works. Talon F7 V2 4.2.6. Somebody was just saying the other day that they've been having a blast on 4.3. Nah, 4.3 is not in here yet. They must have downloaded it from the GitHub. 4.2.6. It is full chip erase and load firmware online. Flash firmware. Not until he flies, still eat props. Alright, nobody breathe. Because if it explodes in the middle, it might break it. Everybody holds your breath. Thanks for coming, everybody. Thanks for sticking around while I ate and talked shop with FPV Crate. That was unexpected, but you guys are super cool for not running away. Look at that. 65 of you wonderful, lovely bastards. What did I want to show you guys? We didn't... I forgot to play this the other day. Look at this thing move around. No, I guess I did play it the other day. This is the linchpin that got figured out like a day after the contest started. Just want to try to find it doing something super insane. There. That's the insanity. And I think he's doing that with a Lua script. But, man, is that cool. The ability to rotate like that. That's and the fact that it's doing it so stable is really, really impressive. it's because I think that those motors are running in 3D. I think they have to run in 3D mode. And yeah, 3D. I guess 3D mode is just getting better. The ability to start and stop props. I guess it's just getting better. My God, look at that! Look at it like rolling. It looks like it's. Let me shut it off just so I don't get copyright stricken. But it's if. Oh man, I don't know. It would be like what he was just doing. It wasn't perfect, but if he gets it dialed in, you could sort of make it like roll across the sky as if it was rolling on the ground. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I think there's some really, really cool things that you could do with it. I mean, arguably they're all useless things, but if you don't use your footage, somebody could say that you're doing useless things too. Just because it's useless doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. Weirdo the Skateboard says, everyone tag him. Oh, yeah. Here. Here's the link. There's the link. Now, it's great. Everybody go support that person. If whoever that is watching, don't you dare do the thing in YouTube and shut me down. We all love you. I love you. I will hate you if you do that. So don't do that, please. You're great. I love you. Everybody go subscribe. Everyone go subscribe. This was good for that person. I wasn't using their content to make myself money. Okay. Moving that aside, and here we go. Back into Betaflight. We are now on 4.2.6. How exciting. And let's power cycle the quad. And then we can get going. Hey, what's up, Tristan? How are you, man? If anybody has PS4, I've got this game Snow something or other. Add me. Or friend me or whatever the hell it is on there. I am CiottiFPV, and I'm going to be playing that game late at night. And the game is set up in a really cool way where I can make my game open, and then you can just jump in and hang out and get stuck in the mud and help winch me back over. Alec Dvornik says you should interview the Arducopter creator. SnowRunner, that's it. Thank you, Go-Kart. I'm very hesitant to do. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do about the interview situation. I know that I need to have people on here. I know that I need to do interviews. I'm not an interviewer. So like Sean Evans from Hot Ones, for example, and like Howard Stern, right? Those people are incredible interviewers. They research the people ahead of time. They talk to other people about this person. They really do an amazing job at being good interviewers. I'm not that. I'm not a good interviewer, so I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I do much better when, like, the interview thing, like the face-to-face nature of it, I don't do well with, in my opinion. I don't, yeah, I don't know. It kind of triggers my anxiety and panic disorder and all that other fun shit. I don't know. I do better when I can sit here like more long form, I guess, and kind of talk through stuff. So I don't know. The Arducopter thing, I can almost guarantee you that I won't interview that person because I have so little technical expertise. Like I wouldn't even know where to begin to have a somewhat technical conversation with that person. And I'm also not, I don't like the interview technique of, hey, where'd you go to school? Oh, what do you do for fun? Oh, what's your wife's name? Oh, what's your favorite color? Like Like that's not an interview to me. That's a fucking third grade like substitute teacher test, right? So yeah, like if I'm gonna interview someone, I want to have like something in common with them. Like I want to be able to like approach it as like a conversation between friends, I think. What I would love to see is Joshua or Mark Spatz interview the guy with the what's it called? Switchback? Not switchback. You guys know what it's called. The thing that Terrence Howard's doing. That shape. Yeah, I would rather see those two guys interview this person, because they're just going to do a much better job intelligently linchpin. That's it. Thanks, guys. They're going to do a much more job in breaking it down for us, but also asking intelligent questions that person can thoughtfully answer, rather than them telling what their favorite color is, kind of thing. You know what I mean? Metal Dixon says could just do a spotlight feature like Bot Grinder does. That I'm down with. He's sure not an interviewer, but it works for him. Yeah, I've that's been something. I've had a note. I left myself a note a long time ago here, somewhere on one of my little notepads, to start doing quicker streams, like quick streams, where I do exactly what you're saying. It is just like spotlight, a pilot, a thing. Come on, talk for 10 minutes, highlight the person, and then just end the stream. And I haven't done it yet, but it's definitely something that I want to do. License to Drive says, interviewing situation, what about asking us for questions to ask them? That's a really good idea. That is a really, really good idea. At some point, I'm going to interview someone. And yeah, I'm going to, if I can remember, hopefully I remember, to ask you guys for what you want to get from the interview, what you want me to ask that person. That's perfect. Alex says, I think if you just winged it and gave them an opportunity to talk to the community, the rest will follow. You don't have to get in the weeds of the tech. Yeah, very true. Very, very true. Although I don't think that person, I think they already don't need, well, let's see. Where, I'll bet you that person's channel has already absolutely blown up. Or not. There's 472 subscribers. That's kind of crazy. I have a feeling that this video right here is going to have... Oh, wow. Okay, so it's already... Whoa. Okay, so it has 8,670 views. Yeah. This person is going to be a more famous YouTuber than me in about a week, guaranteed. Because of this, because they were the first one to do it, and because it looks like they did an amazing job of it. So yeah, I need to get caught up. I have so many things that I want and need to get done, so that I can start to be able to attack hype stuff like that. I just have a bunch of stuff that I'm like, I can't not do this. Like I can't not do this work and work on something like that. It's just not fair to this person who I owe a flight edit to, or yeah. Dauntless says, pro tip from a science podcast, patron submitted questions. That's the move right there, Dauntless. Even better. Sick of Life 90 says, just Google interview questions. Just Google for interview questions to make someone feel awkward. You only have to do one interview ever. Yeah. That's kind of it too. I don't know. When I do stuff, if I don't do a good job, I'm a mess, and it's not good for me to not do a good job. Basically, my brain goes ahead and punishes me for that. Let's get the ports set. What do you think of that? Well, okay. So, as we've discussed in the past, I choose to set the to solder everything up the way that the manufacturer asks me, or recommends, I should say, so that right now, when I need to look up which, this is just by default, this is probably not right. I need to look up which UART the VTX is on. I need to look up which UART the, there's a VTX, this is just a guess. I need to look up which UART the receiver is on, and I'm not going to have to tear into the rig to do that because I put everything on the pads that they told me to. So what I can do instead is come over here and just search for the flight controller that I have, go to their website, and look at which UART they suggest you put the stuff on. This doesn't always work because sometimes they suggest you put these on stupid positions, but Heli Nation does a good job, and they tell you to put them on the right spots. So, for example, I can tell right here that my video transmitter is on TX1 for smart audio, which just happens to be what they've automatically selected. What I do need to look is which VTX this is. That's a Rush VTX. I think that is TBS Smart Audio Protocol. So we're good. And now I can look over here and see that this little TBS Unify Nano, they've got it on RX3 and TX3. So, and I think that's what it guessed as well. So I'm good there. And that's it. Those are the only UARTs that I'm using on this build. So, weirdly, this is correct. TBS Smart Audio is on UART 1, right? And then here's UART 3 with the serial RX switched. And that's it. With Crossfire Nanos, I think I said Unify Nano a second ago, sorry. With Crossfire Nanos, you don't have a separate telemetry that you're going to turn on or off here. And then the only other thing, sometimes you'll have ESC telemetry, but this ESC doesn't, it's BLHeli-S, so it doesn't have telemetry at all. So we're good to go on the ports tab, and weirdly, we didn't have to change anything. The reason we didn't have to change anything is because I chose to put the things on the pads that they told me to. And that's pretty cool. Somebody said, "Hi, pal." I was about to read their name, and then YouTube did the thing and zipped me down to the bottom of the effing chat. It was Ripper FPV. I scrolled back up and found him. Sick of Life 90s. Oh, we got that. Talked about that from Dauntless. Weirdo with a Skateboard says, "Man, it's going to look like I've ganked your idea when I start doing my thing." That's okay, man. It's just because I thought of something certainly doesn't mean that I own it. Dalton says, "I soldered 9 2S to 3S balance plugs from his Joshua Bardwell 3S parallel board, and my breath tastes like flux." This is still live, Fugme. There should be a thing somewhere that says that it's live. Maybe down there. Maybe down there. I don't know. I'm always live, man. Every day, your boy CiottiFPV is here bringing you that fresh live stream content so that we can talk through stuff so that you don't have to look for a video of mine 6 months old and wonder, has anything changed? Is there anything different about the way Ciotti was tuning 6 months ago and the way he tunes today? It's I've recently realized that's one of the real benefits of your boy CiottiFPV is that by making myself available to you guys for a few hours a day every day, you don't have to have that weird thought that I think we've all had when we find a video that's more than like a month old, where we go, I hope this is still right. I hope nothing's changed, because Jesus Christ, do things change quickly in this hobby. Dauntless says, "So I can safely charge all of my 2S packs." And then Bastion says, "There's only 1 second of latency." Yeah, I have this turned on. I have this turned on ultra low latency mode. Here, you can see the latency. Ready? I'm gonna type latency. Ready? That was me hitting the button. So now you can see exactly how quickly that came through. Back to the matter at hand. We are now in the configuration tab. Live strip dance. Not gonna happen. I try to get my number of viewers to go up, not down. Motor direction is reversed because we're gonna reverse it. This is an F7, so we can run D-Shot 600. I am gonna turn on bidirectional D-Shot, but actually not yet because I want to make sure that it's that the ESC is flashed properly. And we're actually gonna do that right now. So this is, I always forget about this, but this is the perfect time to do it. If you don't know whether or not your ESC has a version of BL Heli on it that's going to support bidirectional D-Shot, stop here and get into BL Heli, which is what I'm going to do right now. But because if you turn that on, if I turn that on and I hit save and the ESC doesn't have a compatible version, I will have to go back in and turn this off in order to update the damn thing. So when you get to this point, when you're about to flip that switch, if you're not 100% sure, it's going to save you time to stop here and just go over to BL Heli. So that's what I'm going to do. Carl Pablo with a $5 super chat and a little pear-looking bastard saying, keep it up. I will, Carl. Thank you for supporting me. It's because of awesome people like you that I can afford to keep it up. So much appreciated. Sick of Life 90 says, don't forget to disconnect from Betaflight like I do every single time. Yeah, buddy. So we're going to disconnect from Betaflight. I actually go as far as to quit the damn thing. This is a BL Heli S ESC, so we're going to launch regular old BL Heli configurator. This is another reason why I don't check Discord very often. That number. That is too big of a number. Nukem720 says, hey man, have you used soft serial before? I have. I need my VTX smart audio on this RT6 pin because GPS and Crossfire are on my other two UARTs. Little help. Nukem, it's been a long enough period of time that I forget how to do it. But Joshua has a video on it. Go to Joshua Bardwell's channel, go to the little search thingy, and just type in soft serial. He's got a video. I use his video every single time I have to do it because even back when I was having to, I used to have to do it on these Maytech F411 flight controllers because they only had 2 UARTs. And every single time I would do it, even though I kind of remembered how to do it, I would be like, there's enough steps in this. Because, like, you got to go in the CLI, and, like, you got to go back to the configuration, you got to go to the ports tab, like, and there's a very specific order in which you have to do it that it's just hard to do. It's just hard to do it. Let me get back up here. I missed a couple, I think. Yeah, I did. Sick of Life 90 says, just subbed. Also, you should offer remote tuning. Cars do it. Car guys do it all the time. I do, Sick of Life 90. Thanks for the opportunity and the segue. If you guys go to CiottiFPV.com, one of the buttons on there, there's a million different ways to support me. One of the ways to support me is a Fiverr link. Inside of Fiverr, I have a gig that you can hire me to help you tune. And I do pretty much exactly that, remote tuning. I actually just got done doing one of those today while the world was catching on, well, not the world, while America was catching on fire. I was busy working with someone, asking them a million different questions to figure out what their flight style is, what their rigs are, how often they crash, all these things. And then I had them share their screen and I walked them through Betaflight top to bottom and had them set their tune in a way that's going to really work best for them and their flying style and their rigs that they fly, etc., etc., etc. So yeah, man, great minds think alike. And you and I apparently both have great minds. Weirdo with a Skateboard says, I get like 5 seconds of latency. That's not bad. That's real good, actually. Don Ladd says, Stickman strips off, LOL. Sick of Life says, don't, we got that. Nukem720 says, we got that. Tim B says, if I have the Mamba F405 Mini MK3, what D-Shot will I be able to run? All F4 processors, which that is, F405 is F4, you're going to want to run D-Shot 300 with 4K gyro and PID loop rates. Chomper FPV with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Chomper. Why will one motor not spin? Swapped motors, ESCs, wire harness, soldered wires directly from the ESC to the flight controller, checked motor map, motor screws. Any ideas? Jesus, Chomper. Motors, ESC, wire harness, soldered wires directly from ESC, motor map, motor screws, and one motor won't spin. It sounds like you've swapped in a new ESC, and where my brain immediately goes is that one channel on the ESC is blown up, but it sounds like you've swapped the ESC. What's the flight controller? I'm gonna take a guess that it's a Talon flight controller and that it's motor 4 that doesn't spin. Let's see if I'm right. Nukem720 says, I know how, but I don't know which pin it is in the CLI and what it's named if you look at the flight controller picture. So the only way I've ever done soft serial is that I put it on the LED pad pin. Because the LED pad pin gives you like full speed or whatever in the soft serial, and then when you go into the CLI and you type resources, there should be two LED pad resources, and I just guess, and then if it doesn't work, I just reverse it and I take screenshots so that I can put it back. Right, if I guess the wrong one, but it's 50-50, so I usually get it right. Well, not usually. 50% of the time I get it right. Where the skateboard says, has your chat sensor changed because... because YouTube just doesn't send anything that has a big naughty word. YouTube has changed some stuff. Like they've added some functionality up here in the corner that wasn't there. But they haven't given me more options. All they've given me is the manage moderators option. I don't really have I don't have a way to change the bad language settings. They're sort of just like baked into YouTube. That's annoying. I don't want to be the only one that can curse here. That's no fun. I don't know. That's super annoying. Don Ladd says channel could be dead on the flight controller. That's true. I've never seen that, but anything's possible. Oh, motor 3. Oh, you told me what it was, Chomper. Diatone Mamba F722. Motor 3. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, you're at the point where you just have to start. I hate that this is true, but every once in a while, you guys will be on a troubleshoot where nothing makes any sense, and you just have to start replacing shit. And you got to do it one at a time, and it really sucks. It really does, but there are just too many things that can go wrong. I would try reinstalling, if you haven't already, reinstall Betaflight. Yeah, I would reinstall Betaflight, and then if that doesn't fix it, swap the flight controller. Because once you've reinstalled Betaflight, yeah, don't. I got your F space UK space CS. Oh, Weirdo says it changed halfway through the stream. Wow. Way to go, YouTube. Yeah. There you go, Chomper. Let me know what's going on with that, though. You've piqued my interest. Back to beta flight. Wait, no. BL Heli. Go away. BL Heli. Okay, so we're going to go USB modem. We're going to connect. I'm going to try to find a battery. I'm going to fail miserably. No, here's one. This is only a 3S, though. I want to put 4S into it just in case it cares. It being the ESC. Where'd all the 4S batteries go, yo? There they are. No, it's not. Hi!
Just checking in.
How you feeling?
I'm about to start a late night of work. I'll be up for a while.
All right.
I just made some coffee.
I'll be here.
Just a lot to do.
Where the hell are the 4S Where have they gone? There's one. There's another one. Okay. We're going to put battery voltage into it so that the ESC will boot, because the ESCs don't pull power from the flight controller. And as you could hear, I only got the 3 startup beeps, which is not a great sign. That probably means that it's... Oh, there we go. It is connecting. Oh, interesting. So, thank you for making my point, Quad. Oh, wait, no, it doesn't make my point. It doesn't make my point because I didn't turn the bidirectional on. But it's connecting, so we're fine. Oh, this is the rig with that huge delay, isn't it? On the flight controller. Well, whatever. We're going to move forward, and then we're going to troubleshoot why it only gives us the first 3 beeps. Your 4Ss are beside your Whoop charger. Yeah, those are the ones with the big connectors. I was looking for an XT30. Here we go. Here's what I do in BL Heli. Take the beep strength, turn it up. Wait, no. Beep strength is the startup beep, so I turn those down, actually. Startup beeps I turn down. Beacon is what happens if it doesn't get any signal after this amount of time. So I turn it down to 2 minutes, because if the rig has been plugged in for 2 minutes and it hasn't gotten anything sent to it, I want it to start telling me and screaming and yelling. So that's what that does. We are going to write that setup real quick just to lock it in. I just realized I forgot to turn on brake on stop, which I like to do as well, and I'm going to write that setup. Now, let's flash some firmware. We're going to hit the flash all button, and you're never, ever, ever going to touch this. This always stays the same. If you accidentally screw that up, just click cancel, and then click flash all again, and it'll set it back for you. The version, though, is what you do want to change, and I'm going to go to 16.71, and then that is the BL Heli, that is the RPM filter version of the BL Heli S firmware, 16.71, and then I'm just going to click the flash button. We're going to give it a little bit of time. In the chat, check beta flight motor protocol. We're going to get there, Tiago. Good call. Weirdo with the skateboard says, can someone else try a big nutty word? So I can see if it's just me. So everybody type all the curse words you can think of so that we can test it. Tristan says, I have a 16x16 GEP RC stack with a blown 5-volt regulator. Can I solder a 5-volt Beck board from the battery pad on the ESC to a 5-volt pad on the FC? Tristan, you can. The whole 5-volt system, it's on the flight controller, it's a 5-volt Beck, and then that pushes to all the 5-volt pads. So if you take an external 5-volt source and you put it onto any one of those 5-volt pads, it's going to actually do the same thing. Like it's just going to spread that 5-volt out. The only thing that's going to happen is you're not going to get any voltage in your OSD ever again. So every time I've gone through that exercise, I've ended up getting so pissed off that I don't have voltage that I replace the flight controller anyway. So maybe just save yourself the headache and replace the damn thing. Sorry. yeah, when the 5-volt Beck dies on the flight controller's kind of dead. So that's now done. These are all on 16.71, which you can see right here. And there's that QH20 that you're never going to ever change. It's never going to be QH20. It's totally specific to each ESC. But yeah, 16.71, 16.71, 16.71. So we are good to go. We're going to just click Write Setup one more time just to make sure it saves. And there we go. Disconnect. And now we've got all the beeps. I guess I accidentally did save it with the switch. With the bidirectional switched on. Let's see. Unplug the battery at this point too, so that you don't cook your VTX. Keep the battery plugged in for the smallest amount of time possible. Calibrate accelerometer. Accelerate calibrometer. Let's go into configuration, and interesting. I didn't have it turned on. I don't know why it wasn't giving me the second set of beeps. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why on 16.70 it wasn't. I mean, it doesn't really matter why, but strange. Bidirectional D-shot is now on because I put 16.71 on there. And motor poles, which motors are these? These are the X-Nova. Oh man, I forget how many magnets these are, which is good because we can talk about it. Motor poles, this is important for bidirectional D-shot. Most big motors are 14 magnets. It says right here, number of magnets on the motor bell. But a lot of micro motors are only 12 magnet. So here's how you test that. You take your little motors and you count the number of magnets on them. Groundbreaking stuff, I know. So the way I do it is I look at like the X of X Nova, and I just see if there's a magnet right next to that, and there is. So I got one. Here's how you count, guys. Ready? This is how numbers work. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 magnet motors. X-Nova 1804s. Don't remember that because you can just count. Don't waste brain space with things that are that easy to figure out. So we're going to leave the number of motor poles on 14. We're going to come down here to maximum arming angle. We're going to turn that to 180. This way the rig will arm regardless of the orientation. Yes, that's a little bit more dangerous. No, I don't leave it on 25 on any of my rigs. The arm switch is like a legit hand grenade. There should be no situation ever where your arm switch gets hit inadvertently, because someone can get really hurt if that ever happens. There are things like dual switch arming and this maximum arm angle that can save your ass, but dual switch arming is a really good thing, full stop. This maximum arming angle, what can happen with this is it can make you get sloppy, and like you can do this like shit that I used to do when I would use that. I would leave it at like 90, or no, I would put it at 80, and then when I would be doing certain things, I would hold the quad to my, like if I needed to get more leverage or something like that, I would hold the quad on my chest. The battery straps, to crank the battery straps down. So I would hold it here and crank the battery straps down. And because of the fact that it was at 90 degrees on my chest, if I hit the arm lever by accident, it wouldn't arm. So in that way, like, yes, it's very helpful. But you shouldn't be holding your quad against your chest. Like, at any time that the battery's plugged in, like, it's an alligator with knives on it for teeth. Like, it's horrible. So just keep it the fuck away from you. Iric says keep the throttle raised. That's the thing that I do. When I land a rig, I never go to 0 throttle. I go almost all the way down to the throttle, and then I disarm it. And then I leave the throttle where it is. And with the throttle not zeroed, if you hit the arm switch, nothing happens. That right there is my, like, number one safety. And it's easy. Like, best case scenario, flip your throttle to full, like, as soon as you land, because then it's easy to see it. It's, like, obvious. Sometimes I'll like, double check it. I'll, like, look at the throttle lever and be like, is that all the way down? It looks like it's up a little bit. And then I'll have to, like... So if you can get in the habit... as a safety precaution, flip your throttle up to full bore, because it'll never arm with it like that, and it just becomes very obvious. But yeah, the maximum arming angle, the reason why I don't use that as a safety feature, the other reason I don't use that as a safety feature, other than it making me get a little bit complacent about safety, is that there are situations where you may want to arm your quad when it's fully upside down, if you get it hung up in, like, an unrecoverable spot, or it's usually a weird situation, but it's a situation that's happened before, and I have literally been able to get rigs back because I've had this maximum arm angle turned all the way up to 180. Turning it up to 180 basically turns this off. It turns this feature completely off, so that if you flip the arm switch and your throttle is down and there's no other things causing it to arm, it will arm, regardless of what orientation it's in. So, yeah. Set this at 180 at your own risk. It's not that much risk unless you've been doing something unsafe already, right? Accelerometer is on, barometer and magnetometer are off. Craft name. We've got S-Bus, which is not right. I think I put Crossfire in this, right? Yeah, so we're going to go to Crossfire there. And we're going to turn on telemetry for Crossfire. I'm going to turn off permanent air mode because I run air mode on a switch, which is especially important on Cinewhoops, I've recently found out. Supposedly inside of buildings, especially like tight hallways, air mode off flies a lot better. I have not tested that, but I've heard it from a couple people that I trust. And then D-Shot beacon configuration, you're going to turn these both on. That's turning on your ESC beeper. Save and reboot. Weird with a Skateboard says, how much longer in this build? Because it's 2 in the morning. I'm tired. 10 more minutes, weirdo. Obese Quad says, I've gotten lucky 3 times I've armed a 5-inch rig in my hand by accident. Every time I held the battery. No more channels on Crossfire, though. I just put my transmitter down when I have my quad. Yeah, the only thing, Obese, about putting your transmitter down is if you're flying with other people and they accidentally kick it or something like that. So careful with that as well. I've heard that from other people. I've heard other people getting cut up because of that, which is extra scary. I think I missed some stuff. Sick of Life says, no second set of beeps because unknown throttle value, so it won't let me arm the ESC. So it won't arm the ESC. That's interesting. I didn't think about that. Unknown throttle value. No, that won't keep the second set of beeps happening, I don't think, because the second set of beeps, to my knowledge, are basically just the ESC and the flight controller successfully saying, "Hi, I'm here," and the other one saying, "Cool, me too." It shouldn't. It hasn't connected to the receiver at that point to be getting any throttle values. It's literally just like an opening check of like, "Hey, you there? Yeah, I'm here. All right, cool." Weirdo says, "I really hate this. Gosh darn thing that YT is doing. I really hate this." I guess it's editing, you guys. What a bunch of bullshit. I'll dig a little deeper because I don't want that. I don't want it to be editing you guys. It's bullshit. I want to see you guys type fucking shit in ass. FPV Goose says, I want to sell my FPV gear. No, don't go. I got 7-inch TBS tracer, Radiomaster TX16, a lot of goodies. Trying to sell for $500. Comes with a charger, battery, much more extras. Where can I? Well, FPV Goose, I've got you covered. My buddy Nevin opened up FPVExchange.com, and it is the perfect spot to sell all your stuff. Get on over there, set yourself up with an account, and in no time you'll have your stuff listed up for sale, and then we can all go look for it. It's if you want to sell the whole thing all together, you're gonna have to put that in, and you're gonna have to like enter your own pictures and description and item name and whatnot. If you want to part it out, which is you're gonna make a lot more money if you part it out, you're gonna be able to do that really easily in FPV Exchange. He says, I did, but when I upload an image, it freezes. Thank you for letting me know. I'm gonna send Nevin a message because the site is new. The site launched last month, I believe, and so yeah, as with all new things, they're seldom perfect, but when you've got amazing people who've created that website, they are dying for feedback like that. So that's what we're gonna give them. Nevin. And come on. Work. Computer, work. Jesus. There's Nevin. Check your image upload. Got a guy trying to sell his rig on Exchange, but it's hanging when he uploads a picture. All right, man. I think there's also, you can, on FPV Exchange, you can look Nevin up, search for Nevin, and then you can message him on there. Yeah, if you want to message him some more specifics, he'll absolutely help you out. He's a fucking great guy, and he'll totally take care of you. FPV Goose says, when I write up all the stuff, it has to upload images, it freezes and can never upload. If you want, I can send you a video. Link up, Nevin might want you to send a video. If you message him, then he'll tell you, he'll get back to you when he fixes it. So yeah, just shoot him a message. He's the admin of FPV Exchange. And back into beta flight we go. Power and battery next, because I think we did everything in configuration, right? 14 magnets, motor direction is not reversed. Glad I came back in here to check it. That would have been a little bit of a nightmare. Save and reboot. Always double check. Next is power and battery. I don't usually change much in here, but I always like to take a quick look. Everything looks fine. We're going to skip the PID tuning tab. We're going to go straight to receiver. I'm going to put the auto smoothness up to 20. I'm going to put my stick low threshold to 1,000. My stick high threshold to 2,000. Those are just the numbers that I know that I can run on my transmitter. To actually dial in those numbers, what you're going to do is link your... Well, you know what? I'm going to do it because I need to flash this anyway. So... Or not flash. I need to bind this anyway. So I will show you what I'm doing while trying to keep the transmitter away from the microphone. Where's that crossfire antenna? There it is. All right. We've got a little bit of crossfire action going on here. Let's get it done. And we're going to go into... Wait, you don't bind crossfire the same way. How do you bind crossfire again? Is it getting power? It is getting power. I think, if I remember correctly, I'm gonna go power, and then I'm gonna hit this button till it goes green or whatever. So that the nano is solid red. Do I maybe hit it one more time? No. Got to get the nano into bind mode. And it goes into bind mode differently when it's the first time being used. Now I'm going to have to hold the button down. God damn it. And I kind of buried it. Oh! Why do I do this? Why am I like this? Let's take this rear duct off. That's going to make this a lot easier. It might actually not be that bad. Why am I like this? Yeah, this isn't the first use though, Doc. I bought these off of somebody and I just completely forgot about that. I'm used to just taking my receivers and moving my receivers around where I don't even have to think about binding, so I kind of like forget basically about the binding procedure because I just don't do it often. I don't bind rigs very often because I'm usually recycling one of my receivers. I did put this in here in a way that's not that hard to remove, so this isn't going to be that bad, but still annoying nonetheless that I forgot to do this. Come on, little guy, get up out of there. I need to push your button. I need to push your buttons, little friend. Come on out. Come on out and play. Whoa. 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 There we go. Look at me being able to sneak it on out of there. Look at this mounting job. This is the best I've ever mounted a Crossfire Nano. That's not true. Okay. Now I can kind of get to the bind button. Only kind of, though. It's going to be tight. It's all the way over here. Okay. I'm going to cut a little slit in the shrink wrap. I didn't even notch the shrink wrap out. I fully expected for this to already be bound. For no real reason. Cutting a little relief in the shrink. Okay. All right, cool. That should be enough to let me to give me the space to bind it. So I'm gonna halfway plug this in, and then I'm gonna take my little M2 driver, push it down on the button. I think that's got the button down. Yeah, it does. Button down, that's gonna fall out, and it's gonna be great. Ah! Alright, the hardest part of a quad build is upon us. Getting your goddamn receiver button held down while you plug in the power. There we go. That should be it. Yeah, blinking green, bro. Alright, so now we've got a solid green light, and we're gonna hit the button, and it's gonna go, it should go blue, I think, right? Fast flashing green. What does fast flashing green mean? I know usually when I bind Crossfire, I'm impatient, and it doesn't work. So I'm trying to be patient this time. I forget what flashing green means, though. I don't think flashing green is a good thing. Let me take the transmitter out of flashing green mode. So when I just give it power, it's solid red. I think I want it to flash red. I think the first time you put power to them, they flash red, if I'm not mistaken. Let's try holding the button down again. That rapid flashing green, I feel like might be recovery mode. Alright, got the button down. And power. Alright, we're back to rapidly flashing green. Now I'm going to hit the button on the module once, and it goes to slowly flashing green. It was updating. I thought the updating was blue. How fast is the flashing? Very. Can you guys not see it? You guys can't see it. Super fast flashing green. Sometimes I have to... oh, you guys still can't see it. Sometimes I have to look up the manual. There you can see it. Let's see. Crossfire Nano flashing green, and that usually finds the manual. Yeah, strobing green, that's true. Looks like it might be an emergency update. Search for the word green. Not Gren. Green. Blah, 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 bootloader mode to get it out. Core Pro Vision product. Connect the Crossfire micro receiver to it. No. Tiago thinks the Lua script will get it done. Let's see. I've never had luck with the... no, I gotta take that away from you guys. I've never had luck with the Crossfire Lua scripts. They've always been so, like, buggy and just silly. Let's see. Binding! Flashing green. Yeah, this is what happens. It just sits here in the bind. It just says binding forever. FPV Goose says, I've bought 3 drones and all stuff, but don't have FPV goggles. Can't waste money right now. Yeah, goggles are expensive, man. I flew box goggles for the first, like, $60 box goggles for the first 2 years. What were you using soft serial for on the Maytech F411? Kenji asks. I don't remember. Maybe RxSR telemetry? That would be my guess. If you wait long enough, it'll enter auto bind. Oh, alright. Alright. I really need to learn Crossfire stuff. I'm just so useless. Tim B says, any tips for the Tyrannus QX7 since it always buzzes with the Crossfire on? That's just Crossfire being very powerful, Tim B. Supposedly you can put like electronic shielding on the inside of your transmitter. But, I mean, I'm not doing that shit. I'm gonna change account to let us know if you can see me swearing. I can't swear on this one either. Ducky FPV says, FPV Goose says, oh, we got that. Ducky says, I can't. That's a weirdo. Dauntless says, don't unplug it. It was updating. How long do I have to wait? Rapid flashing green is invalid firmware. You need to reset it. Okay. Alright. I had a feeling. Alright, let's get this thing out of bind mode. And let's take power away because I need to hold this button down for like 30 seconds or some crazy shit like that. So let's get that going here. Button being held now. I hope that recovery mode will. I hope that the emergency recovery mode will work here. I think it should. Gotta just figure out how I can push this button where I'm going to be able to stay on it for 30 seconds. That's the stuff right there. Okay. So, button is down. Power. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 18, 22, 28, 29, 30. Come on, buddy. Stop flashing green. Go into recovery mode, you jackass. Maybe you don't... Oh, it has to already be on. That's what it is. So now it's gone from strobing. Okay, now it's fast strobing. So now, I forget. Now do I bind it, maybe? I feel like now I bind it. And it just went solid red. Right before I went into binding mode, it went solid red. That's not great. FPV Goose says, how many drones do you have? At any given time, I'll usually have like 5 or 6 that are up in the air, currently flying. I have a lot of rigs that are just test beds, though. They're like they're just sort of for testing parts. That's not working. Okay, that was a close one. Alright, transmitter is flashing green for binding. I'm gonna hold this button down again. Now it's flashing red, now it's solid blue. There we go. All I had to do was pop the button. I'd been holding the button. I had to just hit the button, and now we're in flashing blue, which is the update mode. So yeah, that's gonna be good in a minute ago. Tiago says, I just told you that 5 minutes ago. You need to enter recover mode if it's a used crossfire. I'm slow, Tiago. You know me. Bastion says, it's 3:30 a.m. in Germany. See you in the next stream. Thank you for hanging out, Bastion. FPV Goose, we talked about that. Metal Dirtson says, maybe turn on the transmitter and put it into bind mode first, then power the receiver. So we're still flashing red and flashing blue. Wait, I think, does flashing blue mean... I feel like I have to hit it. Ah, fuck. I don't want to hit it. Isn't it solid? Don't I want it to go solid blue, I think? I think I want to go solid. I think I need it to go solid blue. Caught up on chat. Look at me go! So now it's slowly... Ooh, it's a little bit faster. Let me do this. This is what the move is. Crossfire Nano Manual. Because once you pull up the manual, it says what the different flash modes are. Search for blue. No hits on blue. Search for green. There we go. This is the quick start guide. I don't want the quick start guide. I want this one. This is the one, I think, with the little... There! That's it. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. Transmitter LED sequence. Slow blue blinking update confirmation required. What the hell does that mean? Update confirmation. How do I confirm? And then, yeah, Solid Blue is over-the-air update is running. I canceled out of the Lua script because it never works. Let me get back into it. Hey, update Micro TX. Solid Blue! Maybe. Now it's back to flashing. Yeah, see, this is where it always hangs. It just sits here with this screen that says exit. I can't show you because the mic is up there. But yeah, this is where the Lua script always hangs. I've updated the Lua script. I've tried everything. Oh! This thing is back heavy as fuck. And now it's back to flashing blue. It went solid blue for a second, but now it's back to flashing blue. There it goes. See, this is what pisses me off about Crossfire is it like hung, it hung again, and now I just did it a third time, and now all of a sudden it's fine. And now it's going. Now it's solid blue. Very weird, man. Crossfire is very, very weird like that. All right. What OpenTX are you on? MetaDirtskin says, the newest scripts seem a lot less prone to hanging. I'm definitely not on the newest OpenTX. I need to, I still need to do the, I still need to get on Crossfire Shot. Which means that I guess I need to go to some wacky-ass nightly build of OpenTX. Oh, God. Just kill me. I have to take a shit now, too. God damn it. 77%. Almost there. It's not just the Lua scripts that hang with Crossfire, too. This little thing that we've been going through, this happens to me every time. I usually figure it out by just pushing the button on the back. But, yeah, I don't know. Every time I have to bind Crossfire, I end up having to look the manual up because it just won't, cooperate. Look at this. This is new. Race mode active, blue, turquoise, purple. That's pretty cool. Low battery, huh? What are you going to do about it? Hey, it's bound. Let's go into receiver. Ha! Okay, so we were talking about stick low threshold and stick high threshold. Here's how you set those. You take your sticks, you go top right with both sticks as hard as you can, all the way into the top right, and you look at those values that are changing there. See how the lowest number is 2003? That means that I can set my stick high threshold to 2000. And it'll make sure that I never max it out. And then you do the same thing. You move your sticks bottom and left, and you look for the highest number. The highest number in this case is 995. So I know that I can move my stick low threshold to 1000. Your numbers are going to be different. Make sure that your stick low and stick high thresholds are within the numbers that you're pulling when you go high and low with all those values. And now I can turn the transmitter off. Yes, it is. Thanks for telling me. All right, that's good to go. Now we're going to go here to RC deadband. I like to put RC and yaw deadband at 2, just so that there's a little bit of deadband in the middle in case there's some jitter going on. Auto smoothness up to 20, and that's it. That's all I do in the receiver tab. Next up is the modes tab. The modes tab is pretty... Oh, wait, no. Channel map. I got to fix my channel map, too, to make sure it's tear. And... modes. Aux 1 for ARM. Modes are going to be totally unique to you, so don't do what I do. Unless you'd like to. Can't really stop you. Beeper on 3. With the switch all the way down. And then we've got a little bit of air mode. If you turn off air mode in the config tab, it turns on in here, which is kind of nice. And then flip over after crash, an absolute necessity, and launch control for the funsies. There's my modes tab. Motors tab. Now the fun begins. Will the motors spin up? Let's see. And if they spin up, oh wow, no more delay. If they spin up, will they be spinning in the right direction? I understand the risks because my props are off. Take the master tab. Click on the master tab. When you click on it, it highlights it. All right, when you click on it, the master tab is now highlighted, right? So by clicking on it, you can now leave your pointer on top of it and just use the up arrows to nice and slowly get the motor spinning. And the slower you get them spinning, the easier it is to tell if they're spinning in the right direction. So you guys can probably almost see it in the video. If you're still having trouble figuring out which direction the motors are spinning, take like just a piece of anything and just hold it on the outside of the motor, and you'll see which direction it's spinning. So motor 1 is wrong. Motor 2 is motor 1 is correct. Sorry. Motor 1 is correct. Motor 2 is wrong. Motor 3 is wrong. And that usually makes motor 4 correct. Yeah, motor 4 is correct. So motors 2 and 3 are spinning in the wrong direction. While we're in here, well, no, let's fix them first. Gotta fix them in BL Heli, or you can take 2 of the wires and swap them. That's a good idea, Metal Dirtskin. Metal Dirtskin puts his modes from the CLI tab in a text file. I've never taken the time to do that, but that's a really good idea. Because it does take like 15, 20 seconds every time you do it, and there's just no reason to waste that time over and over and over again. Motor 2, I'm going to take from normal to reversed. Motor 3, I'm going to take from normal to reversed. And then I'm going to right setup. And now those motors will spin the correct direction. It's safer to take 2 of the wires and just switch them. 2 of the 3 motor wires. That's the safest way to do it, but it requires the things. Who does motor 2 work for? Kenji says, what were you running? Oh, we talked about that. Back into the motors tab, go. And same deal, I understand the risks. Click the master, and then arrow up. And now, this motor is props out, this motor is props out, that motor is props out, and that motor is props out. Don't do that with your finger. Don't do what I do. Do as I say, not as I do. These motors sound very loud right now. I think it's just because it's sitting on the table. Let me lift it up, and I want to do that again. No, these motors are really loud for some reason. What's going on? That is too loud. Something bad's going on. Something bad is happening here. Let's see what I can figure out. The motors are being sort of... Oh, wow, yeah. They're being very erratic. This is 4S. That's weird. Oh, yeah. Wow, they are all over the place. They're like starting and stopping and shitting and shatting. Let's try something real quick. Let me turn off bidirectional D-shot real quick, just to see. Save and reboot. And let's go back to the motors tab. Okay. See if that's any different. Alright. So now everything's fine. Wow, it still sounds loud as shit though. Why do they sound so loud? But now at least they're not jumping all over the goddamn place, which is good. Okay, interesting. So, what's going on, little friend? What's your deal? What's your damage, bro? Well, here we go. Time to start troubleshooting. Get in there. Come on. Okay. There we go. Okay, so let's look for physical. Let's look for physical issues first. Nice and smooth. Nice and smooth. Okay, now let's see if any of the screws are too long. Nope, that's good. That's fine. Nope, that's good. That's fine. That one looks okay as well. And okay, so that is not the issue in theory. ESC looks okay. Alright, nothing looks like it's a physical issue, so let's jump into the software and figure out what the hell's going on here. So I'm going to go directly into BL Heli. And I'm going to need power for that. So, here we go. Alex says, looks like I'm losing the bet. BL Heli configurator. Here we go. Disconnect from Betaflight. Connect to BL Heli. Read setup. Oh, there we go. All right. 16.71, 16.71, 16.71, 16.71. Beacon delay of 2 minutes. Beacon strength. Motor timing medium. Demag compensation low. Brake on stop. Low RPM. Startup power. Temperature protection. Alright. Nothing looks weird in here. Can't really black box this because it's not going to fly like this. Let's check Betaflight, see if anything weird's going on, see if anything weird snuck in here. So let's turn bidirectional back on. And let's just see if it was like a freak weirdo thing. Nope, they're still getting all angry. Brrr. Weird. Very weird. Yeah, I counted. They have 14 magnets. Huh. Let's check for what's that CLI command to look at the cycles or whatever the hell it is? What's the it's not test. It's tasks. That's it. Thanks, guys. Tasks. Okay. What do we got here? Nah, looks fine. 65.3 max load for the PIDs. Average load 38. Filtering is at 21. Let me do this. I don't think this. No, this has nothing to do with it. Is there anything weird like that snuck in here? No, I haven't touched any of that. Oh! Remember the target? Remember the target? Bet you it's the wrong target. I'll betcha it's the wrong target. Talon F7 Fusion is the one that I thought. So I used what I thought was going to be the wrong target on purpose in hopes that something like this would happen. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking with it. Load firmware online. Now we get to do all those things over again. Aren't you excited? Flash firmware. Yeah, I had a moment where I was like, this is really familiar. I've had this happen before. And it took me a minute. But I remembered it was a... when did I have this problem? I had this problem with... I forget which flight controller I had this problem with, where I couldn't figure out which was the right target. Oh, it was the whoop boards. I had the whoop boards. That's true, Nukem. It's so much safer to do them by hand, and it really doesn't take that long. And for you guys, I like to give you guys as much repetition as possible. So I really prefer to just go through the setup. I will say this though. Going through the setup over and over and over again really teaches you, like, you pick up little things here and there. There's like little tool tips and whatnot, and you'll have more of a tendency to kind of read them. I don't know. It's just, it doesn't take very long. It's a really good skill to have, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Like, for example, right? After you've done this like 10 times, you can do it this quick and not miss anything, because you're not really changing that much, you know. And done. So that's everything in there. Calibrate that. Jump back into receiver. Go to tare. 1000, 2000, 1, 2, 20. Save that. Modes, ARM, aux 1. I used to be even faster at this when I was doing a lot of builds. Horizon, only when the switch is up. Beeper, aux 3, all the way down. Air mode, aux 2, all the way towards me. And flip over after crash, aux 3 in the middle. Oh yeah, this wacky user 1 thing. Don't turn that off. Leave that on. And then launch control, aux 2 in the middle. I think that's everything. Rearm, camera control, black box erase, black box telemetry. Yep, that's all our modes. And mooters. Let's see if that's a little bit better. What do you say? And yeah, that's that whole setup. Like, I'm already done. Like, it's so quick that I really wonder if digging up a dump file and then putting it into man, it is still like just really, I don't know, maybe the others, maybe it's the frame or something. It just sounds so loud though. What the hell? That's weird. Let's see here. Oh no, it's still doing it. The user 1 thing is this weird setup that Talon has. Yeah, you just leave it. Huh. Well, what the fuck? Huh. Is it just that one motor? Nope. It's all of them. Very, very strange. Just out of sheer morbid curiosity, what happens if I go to 12 motor poles? Wonder if it'll make it better or worse. No, same. Put that back up to 14 where it belongs. D-Shot 600. Oh, okay, so let's try moving it to D-Shot 300. Let's just throw some let's throw some shit at the wall. Can you install race wire backwards? I don't think so. I've never tested that, but I'll bet you I've installed them backwards at some point and not even known about it. Let's see. Hear the difference? What the hell? Yeah, it's a D-Shot 600 issue. Just when I thought quads couldn't get any weirder. I have absolutely no idea. I have absolutely no idea why moving this from why moving an F7 that was not maxed out on CPU load from D-Shot 600 to D-Shot 300 fixed that. Oh. The PID loop frequency and the gyro... Well, that shouldn't... I don't think that should have anything to do with it, but let's check it. I just noticed that the PID loop frequency was only at 4K and the gyro update frequency was at 8K. That could have been the problem. One of the motors is a little bit louder than the others, but it still spins completely true, so it shouldn't be an issue. Let's see if it was a PID loop to gyro frequency mismatch issue. That'll be pretty cool if it is, because that'll tell me something that I didn't know about Betaflight. Nope. It is a D-Shot 600 issue, ladies and gentlemen. There's a fucking first. Whatever. I've never had that issue, 661. I keep there was a while when I first heard about that, I was like, let me test this. And I would kind of keep an eye on the motor heat, and yeah, I don't just like turn them up and let them sit there. But yeah, I've never had an issue. I've had a motor that I really pushed hard when I was trying to test it, get a little bit warm, but that was it. And I was like, I had it at full throttle for like 10 seconds. Wow. So this ESC, Tiago says the motors tab doesn't use the PID. That's why I was so excited a second ago, because yeah, the motor tab only uses the gyro for that little for this little graph. It doesn't do anything with the PIDs, which is why a minute ago I was like, "Ooh, I just learned something that I didn't know," but no, I didn't. Yeah, I thought they were dragging too, Tiago, but when I spun them, they all felt totally fine, and these motors came off the Acrobrat, and they were totally fine on the Acrobrat. Frank with an interesting thought: the ESC must support the D-shot speed. Must not support the D-shot speed selected, which is crazy. So this is a SpeedX IS-25. Which is a BLHeli ESC. Like, I would... Whoa. Oh, okay, that was this. Wasn't it? Okay, yeah, it was the... Shrink wrap. I hate when I drag the shrink wrap across a surface that goes... Because it sounds exactly like electricity jumping. That's why I was just like, oh! Maybe this ESC, when it has to do the extra work that the RPM filtering is asking of it, maybe that maxes this ESC out. Okay, so here's I'm gonna get a little bit nerdy with you guys, but just bear with me. If this goes over your head, that's totally fine. You don't have to worry about this. This is for us total lunatics. In BLHeli, one of the ways that you can like easily tell like for example, if you've got two ESCs that you have some like suspicion that they might be made by the same company, here's a way to tell for almost certain. Nah, not for almost certain. But here's a way that you can look at it. That QH20, this code. So the 20 is the gate delay, I believe. I believe it's the MOSFET gate delay, and then the Q and the H are almost like sort of like a model number. If two ESCs are identical, but they have a different name stamped on them, you'll come in here and this will be the same on both of those ESCs. Most ESCs use a completely unique one of these guys. What's it called? It's called it just says ESC. I guess it's the ESC target, basically. Yeah, look how many there are. There are this many. Because most ESCs use a different target or whatever the hell that's called. And I'll betcha all ESCs that are QH20 do this same thing. Because that's the experience that I had with the somebody wanted to see D-Shot 120 or 150 or whatever the hell it is. That's the same. I learned about that from the 1S boards. I'm just behind on chats, guys. I'm trying to focus on getting this troubleshot, so I know I'm missing chats, but I'm gonna scroll up in a minute. Why did this go back to D-Shot 600? Did I do that? I think I did that. Okay, so let's go down to 150, just for the sake of faffing about with it. I'm sure it'll be fine. I mean, or it won't work at all. It's giving me 100% error. Maybe you can't use D-Shot 1... What the hell's the PID loop frequency moving all around for? Stop it! Give me a minute here, boys and girls. Interesting, the PID loop frequency forces 2 kilohertz when I go to D-Shot 150. It looks like you just can't run D-Shot 150. That's fine. I didn't want to run it anyway. Save and reboot. On D-Shot 300, let's double check that it's good to go. Yep. Oh boy, motor 3 is a little noisy. Motor 4 is okay. Motor 3 is the bad one. One of these motors took a slam. D-Shot 300 is what's working. When you're using BL Heli S ESCs with RPM filtering, we are pushing them to their limit. And that little ESC target that I showed you, that QH20 in this case, that code that code, I don't know, certain ones of those codes, the ESCs seem to be faster or slower. I did D-Shot 600 without bidirectional was fine. That was the first thing that I did. I turned off bidirectional and it was totally fine. So and that's what's leading me to believe that this ESC is just running out of processing power, basically, because without bidirectional, without the extra work that it has to do for bidirectional, it was fine. And then when we took D-Shot 600 down to D-Shot 300, it was also fine. So as I remove processing request, you know what I mean? Like as I ask it for less processing, to do less processing, it becomes fine. Very, very interesting. This is some of the shit that we run into with micros, because everything gets shrunken down and they have to the manufacturers have to do weird shit to keep shrinking the size down. This is one of the reasons that micros are a nightmare, and why I'm sitting here talking to 61 people right now. I bet you there's not a 5-inch ESC on the planet that's still, no, it's not, obviously not on the planet, but you know what I'm saying. I bet you there's no 5-inch ESCs that have this issue, because they don't have to make these compromises and do weird shit to be infinitely small. Okay, here we go. Scrolling back up. Let's get caught up. Tristan says, "Are you going to live stream Gran Turismo tonight?" Probably not Gran Turismo, Tristan. I'm gonna. I'm all hot and bothered on this snow something game. I don't know. You drive trucks around. It's great. I'm hoping to hang with my buddy Brad and my buddy Alex tonight and get some gaming in. And as long as they're cool with it, I will stream it. But I'm very respectful of other people that might not necessarily want to be all plastered all over the internet, even if it's just their voice. I'm not that far behind. Here we go. There's where Alec asked about race wire backwards. Alec, I am 99.9% sure you cannot put race wires on backwards, because I have, I forget which race wire, but one of my race wires that I've installed at some point, it had a little capacitor on one side and not the other, and I specifically remember mounting that race wire on the same quad in different directions on one side versus the other, because I wanted to check and see what would... You guys are going to laugh at me, but I wanted to see which orientation of the race wire would prevent the zip tie that I was putting around the top of it from sliding more or less. Because that's how my brain works. That's how scary of a place it is in there. I get obsessed with shit like that. But, you know, in theory, you guys sort of benefit from it, because then I can tell you, hey, make sure you mount this race wire with the resistor on the inside, because it gives it a little bit more space for the zip tie to not slide over on top of the lights, blocking the lights, because that would obviously be just tragic if your zip tie slid over on top of 2 of the 6 LEDs and reduced that race wire's output into outer space, since that's the direction that they point. Frank says gyro is locked at 8K. Only PID loop adjusts frequency on later BF versions. Didn't even realize that. Love that they did it though. FPV Goose says, like your live stream, keep it up. Gotta go sleep. Have a great night. Thanks for hanging. FPV Goose, you're probably already gone, but that's okay. Frank says, I've seen a lot of ESCs list the D-Shot speeds they support. Yeah, they all list it, but every time I've ever looked at that spec, it's always been D-Shot 150, D-Shot 300, D-Shot 600. I've never seen them. I've never seen an ESC say anything other than 150, 300, 600. Tiago says, you can't change the gyro now. It's strange because 4K, the D-Shot 600 works like D-Shot 300. The command frequency is of D-Shot 300, but the update of the protocol is of D-Shot 600. Jesus, Tiago. 661 says, I've shot sparks out of an ESC when I slipped and went up too fast on the motor sliders. Really? I've used the clicking trick like I was doing there to just instantly put the things all the way up. And I've never even thought about it, but yeah, that is a lot of stress. That's an instantaneous give me everything. Luckily there's no props on it, but Tiago says that would be an amazing test. What were we? Forget what we were talking about, Tiago. Toxic FPV with hey, Remy Tim is here. What's up, brother? I think Toxic was letting me know that Remy Tim. 661 FPV says Flash 16.7 firmware, 16.7.1 is beta. I could do that, but I want to use RPM filtering. I would rather run this on D-Shot 300 with RPM filtering than sacrificing RPM filtering. I can pretty much guarantee you guys that if I move this back to 16.7 firmware and turned off the, well, I kind of already did that. I turned off the D-Shot filtering and this problem, I'm sorry, the RPM filtering, and this problem went away. So going from 16.7.1 to 16.7 would more than likely do that same thing, right? Because it's just reducing the amount of processing power that the ESC has to do. I ran into this problem with the newbie drone hummingbirds. Yes. The newbie drone hummingbird AIOs use, and I found after the fact, they used slower, cheaper components on there, and it was this exact same problem. That's what it was. It was the newbie drone. Okay, so that makes sense. This is a SpeedX IS-25. It's a very small, very lightweight ESC. I need to send a message to FPV Exchange, not FPV Exchange, to FPV Crate. No, I don't. They said that they can't work with SpeedX. Okay, cool. I'd suggested this ESC to... Wait a second. I'm using this ESC somewhere else. I have another rig with this ESC. And I don't remember it doing that. I don't remember it doing this. No. That rig is on the IS-35. That's what it is. I think. Let's see. I don't even know if the IS-35 is a real thing. It is. Okay, good. There's the IS-35. I think this is an IS-25. Right? IS-25. Banggood quadcopters. Why is it so... Why is the IS-25 not showing up on any major websites? Interesting. Don't buy the SpeedX IS-25. There are plenty of other good options out there, and this is stupid. It's stupid to Oh, well, this is interesting. In the specs here for the firmware, it says that it's supposed to be QH15, not QH20. So let's try that. Let me. Oh wait, no. This is a. No, this is it. This is the one. This is the one. Interesting. Super interesting. QH15. We're gonna try it. Let's. I have to know now. I have to know. Let's see if it's a gate timing issue. And I didn't get caught up in the chat. 661 says push live chat, not top chat. I do have top chat. I just don't always read everything right away. Normal that D-shot speeds affect PID loop. Documented the latest versions of Betaflight. Now that you guys are saying that, of course I remember. I remember hearing about that. Test D-shot says we talked about that. Just for the science. Okay, good. Kenji, I don't specifically remember what I used the soft serial for, but I think it was for RxSR telemetry. Read setup. Tom Stout just charged a normal 1S battery with the high voltage setting on my charger. Have I ruined the battery? More than likely not, Tom. Just get it down from those crazy voltages as quickly as you possibly can, and you should be fine. The thing that kills batteries is heat. So unless that battery got really hot, it's probably fine. It did get a little bit hot, but yeah, you should be fine. The racers overcharge batteries like crazy. So you see, okay. So here's what I'm questioning. See this QH20? The 20 is the gate timing, which is super important. When I looked up this SpeedX IS25 here, look at that. QH15. So it's not you shouldn't, when possible, never change this, but for science, we're gonna change it. And I betcha that this fixes it. Because the issue seemed like it was a delay kind of thing. And I don't know, that it feels like that could be gate timing related. What happened? Did it not go? QH15 1671 flash. Flashing started. Process ticks and rejections. Internal process tasks queues. What's going on? Let's see if we can just do one. Nope. What if I do that, but then I do that? Nope. So it won't put it onto QH15. That's weird. Well, I mean, that was just sort of a random thing that I was thinking. Iric Tuft with a $5 super chat. He says, I'm getting a lot of this. Oh my fucking God. What is my mouth doing this week? It's not cooperating. I'm getting a lot out of this. Have a beer. Thank you, Iric. You are the man. I'm not going to have a beer because alcohol makes me crazy. But I am going to use it to live. And for that, I thank you, my friend. For about $6 you could buy and put it on JESC. Might be better. Really good idea. Really good idea. Although the buying the licenses is just like a little bit annoying, and last I heard D-Shot 300 versus D-Shot 600 in black box, there is absolutely no difference in flight performance. So I'm actually going to leave this alone, but if any of you guys have a SpeedX IS-25 that's doing this shit, try JESC and let us know. Because this is super interesting. Here's a bunch more that I missed. Let me get this unplugged. Hopefully I wasn't doing anything important. Nope, I wasn't. And let's get out of BL Heli because we're good to go now. Obese Quads just uses VHB on RaceWire. That's what I'm doing on this rig. On my freestyle rigs, I like to shrink wrap them because with a bigger propeller, it'll just knock the LEDs right off the damn things. Whereas when I shrink wrap them, the race wires, the LED race wires, that is, I get a lot more life out of them. I do eventually end up smashing all the LEDs eventually after a little bit though. Remy Tim says, I just had my first trip to a legal mental health pharmacy here in Colorado. It's going to be a lovely weekend. Nice, Daniel. Two Thumbs 405 says, why would an ESC not power up? Nothing appears bridged. Joints look good. Just no life when you put a battery to it. No smoke either. If you find somebody that can answer that question for you, Two Thumbs, let me know. I've had ESCs that are like that, and I just stare at them, and then I eventually just put them aside and move on because it's like, well, yeah, what do you do? You plug power to it and it either works or it doesn't. Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea what to do in that situation other than just buy a new one, which is the worst advice, or this is the worst answer to a question ever. Tom Stout says, we got that. Private on FPV with $6 Californian dollars. He says, Iric, same thanks. Yet again, mouth no worky. Alec Dvornik says, 4 hours and 20 minutes of streaming. Goddamn right. Anything to keep us from looking, us that are in the U.S., from looking at the goddamn news. Nukem720 says, in the Chrome app version of BL Heli, it might not let you. You might have to use the BL Heli Suite program. I thought this is the Suite. This is the full application. I don't use the Google version anymore. Is there a more advanced version of BL Heli Configurator than the I'm also on a Mac, if that changes anything. Kenji for the fucking win. Okay, here's what I was screwing up. Putting power to the ESC again. Good call, Kenji. Good call. The fucking collective. Okay, if you want to install a different target, there's a button that you have to check that's new. They just added this in 16.71, I believe. So, if you want to change your target, in my case from QH20 to QH15, which is going to have different, shorter gate timing, you go to Flash All, and there's this gray on gray fucking hidden little box that says ignore inappropriate MCU and layout. And now it's going to let me go to QH15, 16.71, and it says flashing inappropriate firmware may damage your ESC. Do so at your own risk. We're taking the risk because, frankly, if I blow this ESC up, I won't feel bad. I'll replace it with an IS-35 that doesn't have this weird-ass problem. Tiago says, on LESCs, D-Shot 300 and D-Shot 150 are supported. We recommend D-Shot 300 on H and D-Shot 150 on L for best performance. There it is. That is... Oh, I forget where you copied and pasted. I think you copied and pasted that from GitHub, didn't you, Tiago? Because I recognize that exact wording. Because that was one of the... I got there with the newbie drone nonsense. I'm super interested to see what happens here, though. This is done. We are going to disconnect and maybe shoot some fire. Ready? Here we go. Coming into the motors tab. We understand the risks. We're doing it for science. Please don't light the house on fire! And it's fine. Oh, wait. No, it's still on D-Shot 300. Hold on. It's still on 300. Here we go. Will it work? I don't think it will. I think it'll do the same thing. Let's see. Oh, wow. I was wrong. It's fine. It's totally fine. Yeah, nice and smooth. Nope, I heard it. On that one, I heard it. Yeah, it's not quite there. I bet you it's like right at the limit of what's possible. And I'm not playing that game. I'm going D-Shot 300 and we're gonna call it a day. What a cool experiment though. That was yeah. ESCs are just there's no info. Frank, you're probably right. But again, there's no performance increase in 600 versus 300, and it takes 5 minutes for me to figure out every single time I have to do JESC, how to get the damn thing, how to get the licenses in. Oh, fuck it. All right, we're going to do it. God damn it, Frank, and your good ideas. Okay. Let's come in here. Although, it might... This is actually a really good test. Because this is going to tell us, to some extent, what's better, JESC or BL Heli 16.71. Where the hell... How does the alphabet work? H-I-J... there it is. Here we go! More power to the ESC. Connect. Failed to open serial port because it's still connected to Betaflight. God damn it. Connect. Right. It's from the JESC documentation, Tiago says. Okay. Well, then that means that that we're about to waste $6, but that's okay. AD says BL Heli M 16.9 is free. Where do you get that from, AD? GitHub, I'm assuming? If you got that verbiage directly from JESC, Tiago, that leads me to believe that even if I do this, you know what I mean? Oh, that's it. Oh, yeah, it picked up the QH15. Do we still do this? I don't. If that's the if JESC is saying that the QH is not going to work, I'm just going to put it on the BL Heli 300, to be honest. I'm going to fix it. I'm going to put it back onto the gate timing that it had. Yeah, if that was from the BL Heli GitHub, I would try it. But if that's straight from JESC, I don't see a point. If they're saying not to do it, if they're saying not to do 600 on QH, then I'm not gonna chance it, and neither should you guys. You guys should not chance it. Yeah. Really good info, Tiago. Good find on that one. So yeah, we're gonna go back to QH20 and 1671 D-Shot 300, and then we're gonna go into the filters and the PIDs tab, and then we're gonna be done. Jesus. I gotta do the thing. Okay, I gotta click the button and then go back to 20, and then so that's funny. That button just it doesn't actually read the ESC. It just looks at whether or not you've changed that target. Interesting, man. Interesting. Cool little troubleshoot. Micro stuff, man. Thank God you guys got me. If you'd like more of me, or if you'd like me to continue doing this full-time as I have been since the beginning of the pandemic when I got laid off, CiottiFPV.com has a million ways you can support me. Some of them are free, a bunch of different spots that have affiliate links. Hell, if you wanted to, you could just click all the affiliate links right now, and then the next time you did orders on those websites, you wouldn't even have to think about it. It would just automatic, my info would just be in there. You don't have to do that, but you can. Nothing's stopping you from doing it. And then there's the Etsy store, which has a bunch of really cool stickers and a bunch of random hardware. And then Fiverr, where I can work for you. I can teach you to fly better. I can teach you to tune better. I can tune your stuff for you, whatever you'd like. And, yeah. Nukem720 with a $5 super chat that just says support, because that's what it is. It is support for your boy to keep going. If you want me to keep going, now you know how to do it. I need everybody's help. Everybody just chips in a little bit, and I'll be able to afford to live. And if I can afford to live, I can afford to keep bringing this good shit to you guys. That's all I want. Just want to be able to live. I'm not trying to buy a Ferrari. It'd be nice to have a car. I don't have a car right now at all. I don't, you know, it's not a fancy car. It's a fucking clapped out ass Mazda Miata. But I'm willing to sacrifice not even having a car just to do this, because that's how much fun this is, and that's how much fun you guys make it. QH20, there we go. Disconnecting. We're gonna give it one more test in beta flight just to make sure it's good to go, and then I'm gonna unplug that battery. Configuration D-Shot 300. That'll bring the pid loop frequency down to 4K. That's totally fine. Bidirectional on, 14 motor poles, save and reboot. Fart, fart. Motors. I understand the risks. Ah! Good to go. When you have them on a flat surface, man, are they loud. Holy Christ, are they loud on a flat surface. Good to go. Pulling battery power. Hopefully the VTX has not caught on fire yet. Nah, it's good. Just a little bit warm. Just a little warm. In the chat, I need to get caught up. There's where Tiago says it's from the JESC documentation. Alexander says burn it all down. Kenji says hell yeah. Frank Nicholas says I'm telling you try JESC. I put it on all, only a few dollars. Yeah, I'm like $70, $80 in the JESC. I've put that on a lot of ESCs around here. I'll PayPal you the JESC license. No worries, Frank. Yeah, if like I said, if they're specifically saying not to do it, even if we could get it to spin up and get it to work, I'm never gonna be able to sleep with a rig that is gonna be flown around other people. You know what I mean? On this, like, you know, sort of we're pushing the limits type thing. And I don't think you guys should either. The things can go bad very quickly with these rigs. So I really like to have as much, like, you know, as many known quantities as possible on these things. Just open the JESC configurator, sign in, 4-pack. QH20 old version, thanks for the reminder, Frank. Tiago links to where it has that documentation. Thank you, Tiago. Shows QH15 because that's what you last flashed it to. Yep. Alexander says, was looking all over the internet for information on GPS. We all know the BS with the remote ID is going to make us all care about GPS. No one has an FPV GPS comparison video. Could you do one? I've never used GPS, so you don't want me giving you info on it. Yeah, I would check if you want GPS info. The biggest group of people that you're gonna find with GPS info, I believe, is gonna be on Facebook. Long Range Hooligans is the name of the Facebook group. That is the biggest group of long range folks. So that's where you want to go for your GPS info, Alexander. Not to this guy who doesn't know his ass from his elbow when it comes to GPS. Bop, 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 bop. Oh, Wooden Props. Wooden Props is one of our new Patreons, too. Thank you for joining the Patreon page, Wood. Welcome to the collective, my friend. And then he just sent another $5 because he wants me to do this for longer. Thank you, Wooden Props. Obese Quad says, take my money with $5 American. Thank you, brother. 661 says, every ESC I've ever had was BLHeli-S, and the last number matched the amp rating of the ESC. Maybe just a coincidence on like 15 ESCs, I guess. That's crazy, 661, because yeah, that number has nothing to do with the amp rating of the ESCs. It has something to do with the gate timing or the gate delay. I looked it up when I was getting all crazy into the AIOs to try to figure out what the fuck was going on with them. That's super funny that it just happened to coincide with the with the amp rating. That almost makes me think like, are the ESC manufacturers fucking up, right? Like, do they think it's the amp rating and they're putting it in there and then somehow it's still working? That's a little scary. Prince Drone FPV says, how can I send you my 95X to fix? Oof. Prince Drone. I have accepted a couple rigs from people to fix. Those have been people that have supported me so much financially up until that point where I felt bad saying no. I hate fixing rigs, and I only really have an interest in fixing rigs if I'm going to get paid quite a bit, like 40 to 50 to 60 bucks an hour. If you're willing to pay that, I think maybe I would take it because I do need the money at the moment. So if you want me to fix your rig, what you're going to do is go to CiottiFPV.com and go to my Fiverr page. On the Fiverr page, there's a bunch of gigs there. Pick like the I will tune your quad for you. And it'll let you message me and we'll bounce messages back and forth. 95X. So to get you in the ballpark, Prince, my beta 85X build took about 8 hours. That frame, that layout, the way that the wires need to go is horrid. And like, it just takes forever. So if you've got one that's not working, I'm going to estimate at least 2 or 3 hours to get that thing pulled apart, investigated, put back together, or maybe it's just a tuning fix, right? And I can knock it out in a half an hour. But yeah, that, like the 95X specifically, could be a big repair. You know, almost like you bring your car into the shop because it's making a tapping noise. That could be, it could be rod knock, and you could need a whole new motor, or it could just need the oil changed. Or it could be the hydraulic lifters are starting to fail, right? But your 95X there is almost like dropping a Ferrari off, where it's like, if it's a motor, it's not going to be a $4,000 motor. It's going to be a $40,000 motor. You know what I'm saying? That rig you've got there is just, oh, you know what that rig is like? It's like, I'm going to piss people off with this one. You've got an Audi or a Volkswagen, and you're going to drop that off to the mechanic, and just that platform is going to cost a fortune to fix Unless it's not. Unless it's something super simple. Every once in a while, when you drop a German car off at the mechanic, it doesn't cost you $10,000 to repair it. But it's pretty rare. But it does happen. That's kind of what I'm getting at, Prince. So yeah, if that all sounds okay to you, and obviously, I'm going to ask you a lot of questions, and I'm going to try to give you an estimate before you send it. Yeah, message me over there and we'll talk. Alexander says, why not learn GPS? Get to that 10,000 subscribers. No one has comparisons. Put GPS on those micros. I've never felt like anybody uses GPS is really the answer to that question. I just haven't seen many people using it, and that kind of means that content wouldn't get many views. And I know that sucks, but 2020 taught me that I need to be better about my time. And I just, if this is gonna work, like, yeah, I just have to be very sensitive of where I spend my time. Also because of my mental illness. I need more time than most people to practice self-care, to prevent myself from having meltdown after meltdown after meltdown, which was kind of what I did in 2020. If you look at like the frequency of my streams in 2020, you'll see like week and a half, 2-week gaps sometimes. And that's me having complete breakdowns, because I had pushed myself too hard, and I tried to do too many 12-hour days in a row. So yeah, one of the things for me in 2021 is that the year? Yeah, it is, right? Is just being very sensitive with where I put my time, and just kind of forcing myself to put my time into the things that are sort of in the hype train at the moment, because that's like me doing a stream or a video about a product that's been out a week will get more than 10 times the number of views of a product that's been out a couple months. It's ridiculous, and I hate it. Like, I absolutely hate it, because that means that I can't test stuff. And that's what it actually means, is that I'm just not going to put out much content on the hype stuff, but I need to. That's really what it is. The reality is that I need to. It's the only way to generate enough new viewership for this whole thing to kind of work, because I'm not there yet. I need to grow this significantly to be able to afford my bills and get the Miata back and live like a soon to be 40-year-old, 40 in a couple months. So yeah, and I hate saying all that, because it's when I say all that and I'm like, oh, I'm such a shit, it's such a fucking cop out, and like I would love to learn about the GPS side of this hobby, but yeah. Sorry, dude. LCVFPV says the hype right now is GPS. Is it really? Am I that out of touch that I don't even realize that people are actually using GPSs? That sucks. I need to get better about that. Son of Flat Top says, once again, an awesome stream. Thanks, brother. I appreciate that. Alexander says, it's entirely because remote ID will require it. Oh. I watched Joshua Bardwell's remote ID video right before this stream, and in there, one of the guys said that Google is pissed about GPS making it into the RID documentation rules, whatever the hell this is. And these aren't set in stone yet. I'll bet you. And they also talked about how it's not good. Like you don't want broadcasting your exact location that you're at where you have $1,000 of equipment is dangerous. I'll bet you I'll bet you mainly because of Google, but also because they can legitimately make a stand and say, yo, I don't want to get raped while flying. I bet you that the GPS gets dropped from the FAA stuff, because if Google's pissed about it, they're gonna freak the fuck. And think about it, right? From Google's standpoint, no, you don't want this expensive drone with potentially expensive cargo broadcasting its location to all the bad guys. So I bet you that gets dropped. I can't possibly imagine a world where that'll happen. I feel like that'll get dropped. But thank you for mentioning it. GPS is way... I just didn't even... I mean, even with those guys talking about it, I didn't even connect the dots with it. I'll think more about it. Because I have a GPS. I have... this was in the box of stuff that Brad sent me. Who's it made by? It's Goku. Who makes the Goku stuff? iFlight. And yeah, I do plan on putting this on the high-speed chase rig. So there will be some sort of GPS content. I don't like to do any kind of a review unless, like, I just try not to talk about stuff that I'm not, like, overly educated about. I don't want to say the wrong thing and have it screw somebody else up. You know what I mean? But it's on my radar now, and I'll be thinking more about it. Prince Duran says, thank you. I understand you, the man. Thank you, Prince. Prince, your other option is just to message me at CiottiFPV and just ask me questions. I never don't answer people that message me. If I ever do not answer any of you guys, all that means is that Facebook or Instagram pushed your message down so fucking far, because that's what they do, that I can't find it. So yeah, if I ever don't answer you guys, please message me again. Please don't take it personal. You probably will take it personal. That's fine. I do as well when people do that to me. But please send me a message that says, well, fuck you anyway, you fucking motherfucker. And then that will pull you up to the top of my crazy message list. And then I'll see it and say, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I actually just had this happen to a guy. He messaged me asking me a bunch of questions, and it took me a couple days to get back to him. And in those couple of days, he got pissed, and you know, there was a trail of messages of him getting more and more angry, of like, well, fuck you, fuck. And I didn't, like, initially when I read that, I started to type, like, dude, what the fuck? I have a life. Like, I don't just answer questions for free all day. And then I took a breath and deleted that and just explained myself and said, hey, sorry, you know, when you sent me that message, I was spending some time with my wife on Christmas. And then the day after Christmas, I decided to take some time for myself, blah, 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 blah. And then it was great, and we had a great conversation, and he was supposed to actually hire me to work through some shit with him on Fiverr, but then he canceled. But that's okay. I answered a bunch of questions for him, and that was that. And yeah. Brandon's baked, blah, 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 blah. My mouth is a piece of shit. Brandon Bentley's Beans. Did you change that, Brandon? Didn't it used to be Brandon's Baked Beans? Where'd Bentley's come from? Is that new? Sup, CiottiFPV? That 1204 5000 kV build I showed you. I put HQ prop 2.5 by 2.5 by 3s I like 2.5 better than 3-inch. Rips so much more better. Gonna try the 2.4, 3.5, 3 props next. Yeah, Brandon, for sure. 1204s are definitely not big enough, in my opinion, for 3-inch props. Unless they're a really lightweight 3-inch bi-blade. But yeah, 1204s, 1304s even, much, much, much better performance on 2.5-inch props. In the same way that taking a 65 millimeter Tiny Whoop with 0802s and moving it into a 75 millimeter frame with the same 0802s, that's the same thing that Brandon is running into there. By going up to the bigger propellers, you're going to get more efficiency and more thrust, but worse flight performance, because the propeller becomes too heavy for the motor and the response time suffers. And the response time is something that the PID loop really relies on to be able to make instantaneous corrections. So yeah, sometimes you should just try a smaller propeller and just forget about the efficiency and the raw thrust and see if you like it better. Because typically, especially with micros, typically we are running too heavy of a propeller for the size of the motor. Which is why when I make motor suggestions to you guys, you go, wait, what? Why? No. Nobody's ever said anything like that before. Most micros fly like shit. Do they not? Mine don't. Oh, B-Man! Oh, B-Man says, yo, do you ever find a replacement lens for the RC RunCam Hybrid? Yes, they sell them, B-Man. They apologized to me. I remember when we were on the stream, they said, here it is. And I replied back to them. I said, that looks like an M12 lens. This is an M10. They like legitimately apologized. They oh, wait, we still got to fix this. They messaged me back and they're like, I'm so sorry. Here it is. And then I opened it in a tab. And that was the end of that. Wait, no. They emailed me. Yeah. RunCam. Let's see if that finds it. Oh, farts. Wait, is this it? 12/30/2020. Yeah. And here it is. If here's what it said. If you're gonna buy a new camera soon on our website, please leave a note in your order, and we would like to throw the lens in for free. Or we can create an order for you in our system if you pay us via PayPal to the account, blah, 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 or of $22 for the lens. Whoa. That's a lot. And please show us your transaction record when you issued the payment, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, I'll just buy a camera from them and let them throw it in for free. $22? Jesus. Lenses are expensive. Look at DSLR lenses, especially, and they're not. This is a very specific M10 lens. Like they probably had to have it custom made. But yeah, it looks like they do have the lenses. Alexander says, "Don't be down on yourself. That's just sort of the way I am, Alexander. That's what you get with me. Just an idea to help the channel, or do what you need to do in order to be happy. That is first and foremost above all else. Thanks, Alexander. Yeah, that's just me. You'll find that a lot of people that do like really high level shit are pretty down on themselves. By being down on yourself, you figure out every little thing that you do wrong, and then you bust your ass to fix them. And go figure, that makes things that are really good. It's a blessing and a curse. I try to focus on the blessing side of it so that I don't lose my mind. Son of Flat Top says, it's the government. It's going to take an eternity to implement. Yeah, I mean, two full years. So it's a while. Flywoo makes the Goku. Flywoo also, I've heard a lot of QC issues. Hopefully that GPS is okay. Brandon says, nope, we talked about that. Prince says, okay, I know you are the master of these tiny quads. I just sent you a message on Fiverr. Sounds good, brother. I'll talk to you over there. I probably won't get back to you tomorrow because as soon as this stream is over, I'm going to try to wind down and just go relax and play some snow something or other video game. But I will absolutely get back to you tomorrow. Every day I wake up and I just try to hit as many messages as I possibly can until my head falls off. B-Man FPV says, or $22 after you buy the camera. Nope. If you buy something else on the way I think it's worded is that if you go to RunCam and buy anything, so that there's a package coming to you, and then throw in the notes, hey, I need an M10 RunCam Hybrid HD lens. It looks like they're gonna throw it in for free, or maybe they saw that it came from Ciotti, and maybe they know who I am, and maybe that they're just doing that for me. I bet you not. I bet you A, they don't know who the fuck I am, and B, they're not just doing it for me. I bet you if you, yeah. Or just straight up do the order and put in the notes, hey, I was on Ciotti, this is what you should do. I was on CiottiFPV stream, he broke his M10 lens, he emailed you guys, and you told him to do this. So I'm doing this as well. And you guys should sponsor him as a fucking pilot because he talks good shit about your RunCam stuff all the time. Ha! I'm the smartest man you've met today. Sick of Life says, damn, you're still alive? I went and took a nap and you're still here. Yeah, Sick. Yeah. I'm trying... I wanted to stream for as long as I could here just to give you guys as much of a removal from the really scary shit that's going on in Washington, D.C. right now. So yeah, longer than a normal stream, but this is turning the camera on and hanging out with you guys from what you tell me is the most helpful thing that I do in my whole life for you guys. And that is extremely flattering, and it's so like humbling and incredible when you guys tell me that, because most of these streams are just like for real. It's just whatever I've been working on. I'm just coming here and talking to you guys and sharing and building this knowledge base that we've got. And yeah, like that's the how amazing that is does not escape me. And like I know that you guys aren't doing that on purpose, right? Like you guys don't sign into this to the streams and go like, all right, I'm going to force myself to love what Ciotti's doing today because it's going to make him feel better about himself. All right, ready? And go. I know it's not like that. But yeah, it's I take it very seriously, and it's a really cool thing, and it's why I don't go really hard trying to just appease everyone. Like, you guys are very special and like very unique, and this little group that we've got is I don't know. I don't think there's anything like it in FPV, and I just want to keep it going. I just want to keep it going. Like this little corner that we've carved out for ourselves of FPV is really cool. It's really, really cool, and it's you guys, man. Like, I get all of the like, I get all the credit, right? But like, it's you guys, man. It really is. Like, you guys are what make this what it is, and it's fucking gnarly. Be good, Daniel. Thanks for hanging, brother. Sick of Life says, can you appease me and look at a frame? Give me your opinion. Always. Drop the name of the frame. It might not let you drop a link, and I will Google it. In the meantime, I'm going to finish up this Cinesplore build. PID tuning. Here we go. I'm going to take the easy way out. Because I have done some tuning on the other Cinesplore. So I'm going to sort of copy it and paste it. No, I'm not, because I'll take the duct off. It's fine. It's not that hard to take the duct off. Yes, I know I should just get a right angle USB thing, but let's be honest. Like, what are we, 10 seconds in? 11 seconds, 12 seconds, 13 seconds, 14 seconds, 15 seconds, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 seconds to get this prop duct off. That's not too bad. Now I can get to the USB. With a regular cable, without a thing hanging off the side, without any weirdness. And there it is. Sometimes the better way of doing things doesn't save enough time for me, and I will continue to do it the stupid way because it's quick. Quick and stupid is fine. Slow and stupid, I have an issue with that. In more ways than one. PID tuning tab on the existing Cinewoop. Wow, what a boring PID tune that is. Quick screenshot. Do I have anything else weird? Feed forward transition 1, throttle boost turn down. That's fine. That's normal, 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 normal. That's weird. I have the iTerm relax set really low. Let me move that up to 10. Wonder why I had that down at 5. Rates, did I do anything weird there? Nope. Center actual rates 10, 750. That's normal. This is what I'm... Whoa! Okay, I didn't realize I got so aggressive on this one. Look at me. Okay. Shutting off the gyro low-pass filters. Everything else looks pretty normal. And... okay. That's what I wanted to see. Let's put this duct back on. For the record, one of my favorite things about the Cinesplore is how easy it is to work on. Oh my god. The other Cinewoop frames. Who was smoking crack that designed those frames that at some point people are going to need to work on them or like plug into them or like, you know. What in the world? I watched these reviews that of like the different Cinewoop frames, and they're like, yeah, this one took me an hour to disassemble. I'm like, wait, what? You still own it? You didn't throw it directly in the river after that? So that you wouldn't have to do that again? Because it's going to break again. Or you're going to have to plug into the USB port again at some point. Alright, here we go. Where'd that thumbnail go? Where'd you go, thumbnail? Hey, thumbnail, where did you come from? Where did you go? I'm so sorry. Really FPV with a $4.99 super chat. He says, we all appreciate you. Really FPV, you're the one that I'm most sorry to for such an awful dad joke just now because you just supported me. And you deserve better. Your $4.99 deserves better than this gangly fuck singing Cotton Eye Joe. Not really singing, just more quoting. Desktop, and then we've got a screenshot. There it is. It is 11 o'clock. After this, we're going to wrap it up. I know that, and I wanted to do a lot of other Tiny Whoop stuff here today, but this whole day is off the fucking rails, so, yeah. I was going to, like, plan this stream out, and it was going to be, like, an official stream, and then some shit went down, and I just said, you know what, I'm going to turn the fucking camera on, and I'm just going to hang out with these guys and just give them an escape, and I hope I did a good job. Sick of Life says, I forgot to tag you in the frame name. Also, what hangers are you using on your walls? I'm using nails. I just pound little brad nails in at a 45-degree angle, and then the little, and then I just hook it on the motor, the hole in the bottom of the motor. It goes up in there and it hangs on totally fine. I mean, If I slam these doors, if I like and slam them, they would probably all fall off. So I don't slam those doors. Ciotti problem solving 101. Here we go. Okay, so where was I at on that other build? All right, it's nothing. It's nothing crazy. It's just a regular old PID tune. I'm gonna back it off a little bit here though. I'm gonna go 50. I'm gonna go 60. I'm just gonna drop it down by 5 basically. Yaw, we're gonna leave alone. Eye gains are they're a little bit lower, but whatever. And then I'm gonna do my D-max and D-min trick of having the D-max be the exact same as the P gain, and then the D-min we just move up a little bit. And just like that, Bob has become your uncle by fucking your... I don't know how that would happen, but... Bob is now your uncle. 10 and 20 and 40. Good luck with Bob as an uncle. He is a shitbag. Scale factor 100%. Angle horizon, that's good to go. Feed forward transition all the way up to 1. That's maxing it out for the most effect, which is sort of stick smoothing, sort of, kind of. Dynamic idle. Yeah, let's do it. Here's how you set your dynamic idle. You plug a battery in. You leave the dynamic idle on 0. Battery in, motors tab. First you got to look at your configuration. You got to see what your idle throttle value is. Mine is 5.5. 5.5 becomes 1055. That's just what you have to do. You take your throttle idle value and you add a 10 in front of it. 10, in this case 5.5. You remember that? You come into the motors tab, you turn this on, you take the master, and you move this number here to 1055. Once it's at 1055, you take a look at the RPM. That's what the R is. And you remember what the RPM is. 3,300, 3,400 I'm seeing, 3,300, 3,200. All right, that's enough. Wait, what did I say it was at? 3,300, 3,400, right? Oh, we'll do it again. For anyone that just joined us, we'll do it again. 1055, 3,300, 3,400. Good. 3,300, 3,400. You now take your little calculator. You take the 2 last numbers off. I'm going to say, let's just say 34. I'd rather have it be a little bit higher than lower. So it was at 3,400. You take the zeros off to just be 34. You go 34 times 0.8. You just want to get 80% of it. 27.2, call it 27. 27 is now your digital idle number. You come in here, you drop that number in, and now you've set your digital idle. If you want more info on digital idle, Mark Spatz, UAV Tech, and Joshua Bardwell both have excellent videos on it that explain it. Those are the videos that I'm basing my knowledge off of, so just watch those videos. Dingles is in the house. He says, have you ever had any issues with the Fat Shark 18650 battery case? I have not, because I've never used it. Mine isn't giving goggles power unless they're in a certain position. Oh god, throw it away, Dingles. Don't even fuck with that, man. You do the last thing that you want is to lose video when you're flying. It is, you probably already have at this point. Dude, just throw that fucking thing away. I really like the smaller battery built-in Fat Shark goggle batteries, mainly because they have a USB charging port on the side, so I can just I just take my goggles and plug them right into my little station over there with a bunch of USB charging cords. Otherwise, yeah, just snag another one. It's not worth troubleshooting, dude. You know what I mean? Like, it's, yeah. Tiago says, did you see Nurk Squirt V2 build? I was amazed because he used Tornado T1 1407s. Oh my god, what the hell is he thinking? Wow. I need to school that guy on micromotors. If he thinks that's an acceptable motor to run in 2021, that is an issue. I'm going to reach out to him and and let them know that there are miles better options than that. That's scary. Jesus. Oh God, that's why I like to turn on that 2-minute timer thing in BL Heli, because I forgot that it was plugged in. That's a hot DTX. Back into the tune. Dynamic idle is now set. Alec Dvornik says 5 hours. Son of Flat Top says, seeing you work through problems and make mistakes beats a polished YouTuber who edits the crap out of his videos and makes things look easy. Goddamn right, Son of Flat Top. Tuner Taxi says, will Sharkbite work on Dominator V3s? I think so. That's a good question. I assume so. Yeah. It's just HD. Oh, here's the answer. As long as they have an HDMI in port on the bottom, yes, absolutely, because that's all Sharkbite is doing, is just sending HDMI to the goggles, as if you were plugging the goggles into your PlayStation. So yeah, as long as those goggles have an HDMI on the bottom, absolutely it'll work. Son of Life forgot to tag me. Yeah, what's the tag me? I want to know what it is. With the frame name. Sick of Life says, thoughts on 1106 6500 for 3-inch on 3-inch on 3S in 2021. Don't do it, Sick of Life. 1106s are a motor that don't have a home. They in my opinion, they don't have a propeller that works well. 2-inch propellers are too small for 1106. 2.5-inch propellers are too big. A much better choice. Well, okay, so you're talking about 3S 3-inch. If you're doing 3-inch bi-blades, the smallest I would go is like a 1304. If you want, or maybe a 1404. If you want to do 3-inch, or 1303. 1303, 1304, or 1404. That's what you want for 3-inch bi-blades. For 3-inch tri-blades, you want a 1306 or a 1504 and a half. 1306 12x12 motor mount base is made by Emax. There's a 1306 with a 9x9 motor base made by RCX, which you can buy on myrcmart.com. And then the 1504 and a half, which is really the motor I prefer, is 12x12 mount base, and it's made by Brother Hobby. So there you go. Those are the three motors for 3-inch tri-blade that are going to absolutely melt your fucking brain because they fly so good. They are the correct sized, finally, the correctly sized motor for the weight of 3-inch tri-blade props. Tristan says they have micro HDMI. Could you use an adapter? Well, wait. I feel like this is micro HDMI. Do this. This is the easiest thing for you to do, Tristan. Look up the HDMI plug on HD3s and whatever you have. Dominator, was it? Dominator V3. I bet you they have the same HDMI port, and I've personally plugged Sharkbite into my HD3s, and it does work. So as long as the Dominators have the same HDMI plug as the HD3s, which are what I run, you're good to go. Back into Beta Flight we go. Oh, did it just wipe all those? Did it just wipe? Oh, you fucker. I didn't save it. One more time with meaning. 60, 45. We're going to go 50. We're going to go 60. We're going to go 28 and 35. These are just this is just the tune that I have on the other one. that I've flown quite a bit, and I've tweaked the tune in the OSD. Every time I go out and fly, I try to make at least 1 or 2 little changes in the OSD to the PID tune because it takes 3 seconds. And if you just continually tune a little bit more and more and more and more, eventually you don't even have to think about it. Your rigs are going to be like absolutely dialed in because every time you went out, you spent 30 seconds tweaking it and yeah. I turn relax. I'm going to bring this cutoff down to 10. Dmin and Dmax I'm going to bring up to 50 as we do. And feed forward transition up to 1. Alright. And let's actually move this throttle boost down a little bit. I've been bringing the throttle boost down a little bit just so it's not as obnoxious. Alright, so I managed to save it this time. That's a good thing. Let's fix our rates. We're going to go to actual. We're going to go as low as the center sensitivity will go. I could probably do a lower max rate, but sometimes I do flips and rolls with the Cinewhoops. Mainly when I'm like saying hi to people with it. I find people love when you fly up to, if you just fly up to somebody and just stare at them, they're gonna get weirded out. If you fly up to them and like blip the throttle and like make it jump around a little bit and then like do a flip or do a little roll, they tend to go oh, and they have a good experience with drones. So yeah, don't just stare at people with your quad. You're not helping anyone. Saving this, filter settings. Well, these motors are a little bit more banged up. Ah, fuck it, let's go for it. Let's turn off the gyro low pass. Let's see how good the RPM filtering really is. Bring this down to 0, 250, 90, leave it at 600, leave that there, and away we go. I'm going to leave this D-term filter slider at 1 because I want a little bit more filtering because these motors are a little bit banged up. Sick of Life says, Gank multi-rotors, Nemesis Micro V2. I don't even have to look it up. I already know that frame. I like that frame. The only thing that keeps me from buying that frame is it has very little to no protection on the outsides of the motors. So if you crash a lot on concrete, I would not do that frame because you're gonna break shitloads of motors. I've talked to him before about it, and I'm hoping that if he does a V2 or I guess a V3 of that frame, that he'll add some motor protection because micro motors are very, very fragile. So motor protection on the ends of the arms is even more important on micros than it is on 5-inch rigs. Metal Dirtskin says the Brother Hobby 1504.5 would be perfect for 3-inch tri-blades, but they don't make it in high enough KV for 3S. Oh, god damn it. Yeah. That was one of the reasons I moved from 3S to 4S, is that a lot of the motors are just not quite high enough KV. And now, especially that we've got motor scaling, there's never been a better time to move from 3S to 4S. Dauntless, yes, we did figure out the angry motors. This ESC, which is a Speedix IS-25, uses, I'll just say it, lower quality components that on D-Shot 600 were running out of processing power. As soon as we dropped down to D-Shot 300, everything was fine. Or if I turned off bidirectional and left it on D-Shot 600, it was fine. So basically, when you turn on bidirectional, it requires the ESC to do more. Is that you? Yeah. Okay, cool. Requires the ESC to do more processing power, like a little computer. And there's a limit. There's a limit to how much processing power that the ESCs have on board, and we found that limit. And then Tiago found in JESC's documentation that specific Q designation on the target. They specifically say in JESC to only do D-Shot 300. So yeah, we pretty much, I mean, not like confirmed, but yeah, pretty much confirmed. Don't buy SpeedX IS-25s. Buy SpeedX IS-35s for a couple extra dollars, which don't have this problem. Brandon says, I found out in Black Box exactly how bad the RPM filters don't work at all if you overload the PID loop. Ooh, so important, in my opinion, to just go to the CLI and type in tasks, make sure your gyro and PID rate are good. Brandon, so we did that, and it was fine. It was, tasks looked absolutely fine, which is a little scary, because at that point, like, we just have to rely on documentation. Yeah, man, it's just, stop it! Manufacturers, stop it! Stop using components that are like on this bleeding edge of like, stop! Please stop making micro components that are garbage. Please, I beg of you. I beg of you. Just make smooth motors and stop with the fucking Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. Jesus! Huckleberry FPV with a $5 super chat. Thanks, you brother. Thank you, brother. You're an amazing person. You'd said something on a stream a couple days ago that struck a chord about depression. Thanks for saying that, Huckleberry. It's yeah, it takes courage for you to say that, and that's a huge step, man. Mental illness has an uncanny ability to convince us that it's just us and that we just should not talk about it. And yeah, it's a big step to be able to say in a public place what you just did. So pat yourself on the back. FPV Therapy over on Facebook is a group that I run. That's a really good home for you, maybe, to see how the rest of us are struggling and getting through. You can get there by going to CiottiFPV.com, scrolling down, and there's a button that says FPV Therapy. That'll take you straight there. Huckleberry says, for JESC and a new build, good lord, them motors, bro. Thanks, Huckleberry. Yeah, I try to mention it as much as possible. It's a huge part of my life that kicks the living shit out of me almost on a daily basis. And one of my ways of coping with it is to talk about it. And it's one of the most evil things about it is that it doesn't allow us to talk about it. So yeah, we gotta just fight that shit and talk about it. And that's one of the best ways to figure out how to deal with it. Depression is one of the. Depression kills more men in their 30s than like. Depression kills a lot of men in their 30s. And we'll just leave it there. Brandon, that is very, very telling what you said about the RPM filters overloading the PID loop. RPM notches literally don't track the motor peaks at all if it's not exactly 8,000/4,000 or whatever you have it set to. Really interesting info. Very cool. Nectronic says, want to do a custom 75mm HD capable of full freestyle, 5 minutes fly time on a 2S battery. What's the best frame and stacks I should use? Nectronics, I'm going to shatter your... I'm going to do what I used to do as a project manager all day, every day, and I'm going to reset your expectations of what's possible. 75mm HD is tough in itself, all right? Then we've got capable of full freestyle. Your idea of capable of full freestyle is probably different than mine. My idea of full freestyle is it's gonna rip buildings and do anything that I can possibly think of. 75 millimeter will never even remotely come close to what my idea of full freestyle is, but 75 millimeter will go into acro mode and do flips and rolls. So if that's your idea of full freestyle, then we're good. We're good to go. 5 minutes fly time. Not really possible without having a motor setup that basically has no power. So essentially, to get 5 minutes fly time, the sacrifice is going to be a rig with any horsepower, which is not, again, in my opinion, what full freestyle is. Full freestyle means a huge amount of horsepower. So again, it depends on your definition. Under 2S battery, is 2S okay, or are you saying 1S? For me, under 2S just means 1S. What's the best frame and stack I should use? So 75 millimeter, it's a tiny whoop, so you're not going to use a stack. You're going to use an AIO. And then the best tiny whoop frame, in my opinion, at the 75 millimeter number is the Newbie Drone Cockroach 75. So that's where I would be looking at. I would just completely throw the 5 minute fly time out the window because it's just never going to happen. Like, for example, on my 75 rig, I'm happy to get like 2.5 minutes, if that. And that's just cruising around doing cinematic stuff. So that's not even like hammering on it, freestyle. So yeah, I would do, well, you know what? I would actually just go on Newbie Drone. Newbie Drone's selling a ready-to-fly 75 with the cockroach frame, and the price is, I think the price is like exactly what you would pay for the oh, but then it's the wrong motors. Fuck. Cockroach 75 frame. Actually, I can't recommend a motor to you yet, because I haven't found one myself that I really like. So I'm just not, I can't recommend a motor because I don't want you to buy it and then be like, what the fuck? You told me this was going to be good, and then it's not good because I just haven't found one yet. And then I'm going to really struggle to recommend an AIO because I can't find a Whoop AIO that I like. The Newbie Drone AIOs are great, but they use non-standard motor plugs, which locks you into their motors, and none of their motors are a really good match for 75 millimeter props. So if you want to do the Newbie Drone AIO, you're going to have to break the plugs off and direct solder, and unless you've been soldering for years, you're probably not going to be able to do that. Like, it's infinitely small. The Happy Model AIOs don't fit most of the frames because they move the location of one of the motor plugs. At which point you have to break the motor plugs off and direct solder the fucking thing. So I'm at a loss with tiny whoops right now, and I'm just so disappointed that in 2021 I haven't found a tiny whoop AIO that doesn't have some like horrible problem with it, like deal breaker level issue with it. I don't know. I literally don't know. What I've been telling people is just to buy Mobula 6s because that's the closest thing that we've got, and the price for the whole rig is less than what you would pay for the pieces to build it. But I don't know of a good Mobula 75, so I don't know what to tell you. And I fucking hate that. I absolutely hate that I don't know what to tell you there. But when I know, I'll let you know. When I find a good Whoop AIO board, you guys you'll watch me celebrate. So I hate to do it, but subscribe and click the bell, and we'll find out together. Tweet FPV is here. What's up, Dan? Dauntless FPV says Mamba F405 runs bidirectional at D-Shot 600 fine on 1104 7500s. Mamba F405. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen F4 processors that have been able to run D-Shot 600 with bidirectional. I don't chance it because if there's no flight performance difference in the black box logs, I'm certainly not going to feel a flight performance difference between D-Shot 600 and 300, so I just run D-Shot 300 just to be safer. Jason Crabtree says, ordered that Ripsqueak the other night, and they were able to hook me up with the prototype arms. Nice. I'm still waiting for mine. I can't wait for them to get here. All right. My voice is starting to go, so we're going to wrap this up. I'm going to get caught up on the chat. I've showed you guys the full Betaflight setup. We're here. I just need to click save, and I didn't show you my OSD, but you don't really need to see my OSD. Video transmitter, it's a VTX table. You know how to do it by now. Yeah, there's a full setup. Cinesplore is done. Done and dusted. I can't leave it there. Let's go into the video transmitter and do the goddamn VTX tables. Look how easy VTX tables are, guys. Once you've saved look, when you do the VTX table next, save the file that you download in a folder, and then this is all it is. Ready? Load from file. Find it. This is a Rush. It uses VTX 2.0. Click open. Save to file. Oops, nope, that's not how you do it. It's the regular save button. Now the VTX's table is saved. That was pretty easy, right? Now you go to, I mean, that you like done at this point, but even better, go to low power disarm and turn it to on until first arm. That right there is a feature well useful enough to justify VTX tables for the record. I will gladly do VTX tables for the rest of my life on every single rig because of that feature that nobody else has. So next time you think about complaining about VTX tables, just remember that we got low power disarm on until first arm, and that is a big goddamn deal. And then I like to just do this, just because I run the same channel and everything. This is going to force it onto Race 8 the first time that I power it on, which just makes my life a little bit easier. But it doesn't lock it in forever. You can still change the band and the frequency and all that stuff. And then you click save, and that's it. That's it. That's all. That's the VTX tables. People have like left Betaflight because of the VTX tables. I'm like, what? What are you doing? Don't do that. Black box, it does have it on there, 1 kilohertz onboard flash, and we're going to turn this to gyro scaled, save and reboot. And I'm not going to turn black bot, what's it called? Black box? Fuck. I'm not going to put black box on a switch yet. If I decide that I need to get some black box data, I will then put it on a switch. The one thing that I do have a CLI dump of is my OSD, and I am copying and pasting that on the other screen, and now I can go in here and just drop it on in and hit save. And now my OSD is going to be set up, and that is the full setup. But let's check the OSD. I think there's one thing that's not in there that I need to... Oh yeah, it's the it's over here. It's I like to turn on pitch angle. I love to see what how many degrees of pitch I have at any given moment. It's just a really nice number to know. And then the other thing is the instant amp rating. Where the hell is it? Oh, it's under current. C for current. Nope, that's not it. God damn it. What is it? What's it called? Battery usage. Battery current draw. That's it. It's under B. B. Battery current draw. There it is. And capacity of the batteries is going to be closer to 850. Warnings, yeah, that's fine. MHUs, this is all good. All right, cool. Oh, I do want to change the font to large because it's easier to read for my old man eyes. Oh, no, that's not the one I want. It's clarity. Clarity is the one that I like. Nope, it is large. All right, Dingles, I will. Oh, shit. No, I can't. I don't have a single battery with enough. All right, we're going to do like an instant test hover, but I can't do more than like a second because these batteries are all at storage charge. OSD is saved. Modes. Oh, I do want to do this. I want to go into setup, and I want to make sure that nose down, nose downs, nose up, nose ups, left, right, rotate left, rotate right. Now we know that the gyro is correct. All right. We're gonna put the duct on, and then we're gonna hover it super quick like. This battery will definitely catch on fire. I'm not gonna use that one. This is a front duct because it's shaved down a little bit. Let's get that going. All right. There's that confounded M2 driver. And it looks like I did remove enough material on this one, which is a good thing. I know I'm missing comments here. Have you seen the King Kong? This is as high up as I'm gonna go. Frank says, have you seen the King Kong Cine X2? Just received it today. I have not, but I will in a second. Obese Quad says, the Acrobrat you were helping me with, the X-Nova 1804s, you think turning off RPM filters, if I put those back with RPM filters off, you think it's worth it? Still having small issues on the X-Novas are probably just fine. I doubt it, Obese Quads, but it's worth a shot. It's quick and easy to try it. Oh, no, it's not. If you took the fucking motors off already. I definitely don't think that'll have any effect. I would not solder those motors back on to try that. Dude, I have no idea. You're the only person, like a bunch of people have gone to 1804s, and you're the only one somehow that has had an issue with them. I mean, you got me thinking now with that though. I guess so. The only thing the only other thought that I've got right now about your issue is maybe. It was desync issues you had, right? CiottiFPV sells those motors that desync that Bob told them not to sell. And those are really wide motors, so I guess maybe the 1804s might be upset with your ESC, but it just I don't know why that would be. I don't know why they would. It's not that extreme of a motor size either. Those CiottiFPV motors are a really weird size. So yeah, I don't think that's what it is, man. Dauntless says Shutterbug 75, Mobulate 7. I just haven't flown them. You know, I haven't like personally had them to be able to say yes, they're great. Still having small issues on the 1408s. Oh, that's interesting. Tweet FPV just got back from a night flight. Perhaps talk to Kebab. He has industry connections. What were we talking about, Dan? I forget what you're referencing when you say talk to Kebab. Son of Flat Top says Mob 6, Meteor Frame, and Mockingbird is the jam. Yeah, a lot of people like that Meteor Frame. I do too. It's the Cockroach frame is definitely more solid. The Meteor Frame seems to take abuse better though, because it's a little more flexy. Dauntless says, just posted something in the CLI from Ishi Nano 2. Did I do it right? Looks good in terms of milliwatt settings. Yeah, you can absolutely use the CLI VTX tables. That's yeah, it's a completely acceptable approach, and it works totally fine. I don't have any propellers for this. Oh, hey, yeah. Tri-blade. I have not gotten to run the Tri-blade Gemfin Cinewoop props because my other Cinewoop is on T-mount motors. High left, high right, high right. And I got this thing on props out, so we got that one, we got this one, we got this one, and this one. Prop nuts. And test hovers. Okay. They had low power until first arm way before VTX tables came out. Did they really? 661? I had no idea. I'd never heard of it until VTX tables. Just pasted something into CLI from our Ishi Nano 2. Oh, we got that. What was it? CLI? Was it a CLI thing? 661? Brendan says, I never put black box on a switch. There it is. Never put black box on a switch. It will just record everything and fill up your flash. When you need data, just erase your flash from OSD features. Black box erase. And it will log on ARM. Oh my god, I forgot about this. Oh wow, I didn't forget about this. I just haven't had to do this before. The ducts make it really hard to hold these motors and keep them from spinning when you're cranking the props on. Tweet says, talk to Kebab about getting a 1S board design, brought it to market that doesn't suck ass. Yeah, so I've been talking to Kebab for a long time about that 1S board that he's making, the 1S toothpick board. I'll put it this way. There's a snowball's chance in hell of him doing it again. It has been a fucking nightmare for him to get that 1S toothpick board going. And yeah, I'm not going to... I've already talked to him about this, actually, and yeah, he has no interest in tiny whoops. That's the problem. If Kebab, and I mean this is kind of anyone, but if Kebab is interested in the thing that you're talking about, and he likes the way that it flies, yeah, he'll work with you, but. If he's not, he won't. And that's not a ding on Kebab at all. That is what you have to do when you have limited time. So, yeah, that's kind of why I haven't been able to work with Bob on anything yet, because the types of rigs that he likes to fly and the types of rigs that I like to fly are very different. But someday I'll find... Someday we'll work together on something, because I consider him to be a really good friend. We've been talking for years, and he's of the same mind as me in terms of like quality before anything else, including your own profit margins or whatever. And yeah. So I very much look forward to the day that I can work with Bob on something. Nukem 720 talked to Bob about the 1S board. He had sent me like 3, and they were all slightly different versions because he was really trying to make them better. Yep. 3 is a very low number. I have some idea of how many prototypes he's been through, and it's a much bigger number than 3. He's really, really struggled with China on that board. I feel like he needs to hire a straight up translator and just like have a translator on staff. Frank says King Kong comes with a front and rear Insta360 mount. That's super cool. King Kong is also a pusher. That makes me wary. I think I might be done with these pusher frames for all the reasons that we've been discussing over the last couple months that we've been really diving into the pusher tiny whoop builds. Jason Crabtree says, I think we all start to need to start dropping your name when we order flight controllers, and maybe one of the companies will decide they need to design your own like Bardwell. I would love that, Jason. Yeah, when you guys are doing orders, if you don't have anything fun to say in the notes, nothing stopping you from leaving a note that's like, yo, support CiottiFPV. If enough people do it, they might. Maybe they will. You don't have to, but sometimes I always like to put something in the notes field because, like, why not? And sometimes I can't think of what to say. But I can't, tell them to. I can't say, yo, support this guy, CiottiFPV. Love Aaron, CiottiFPV. Here we go. Hope you guys are ready. This is going to be thrilling. I'm going to get it up in the air, and then I'm going to disarm it immediately because I don't want to kill this perfectly good 4S850 battery that is at storage voltage. And this battery strap might be too short. Get in there, you dirty rat bastard. There we go. So this is why I do the little double strap thing. This fatter strap is a little bit shorter, but I just run that directly around the battery. And then the longer, skinnier strap I put over the XT30, and it serves as like a little bit of strain relief. Kinda, not really, but I kind of just fool myself into thinking that it's actually helping. Doesn't hurt it, so that's good. And it always makes plugging it in kind of a pain in the ass. But Cinewhoops, you don't typically like session 10 batteries in a row, so it's sort of just like, it's fine. And here is what the side of the rig looks like with that setup. So the XT30 is being held down by this guy, and it's all nice and happy. Nothing's gonna get into the propellers or anything weird like that. Landing pad burrito in the house. Let's see what happens. All right. Every time you arm a quad for the first time, you're going to go through this crazy procedure, but I swear to God, it's going to save you someday. You're going to arm and then disarm, and you're going to wonder why it's not arming. Because it was in turtle mode. So you're going to arm it and disarm it that quickly. I shit you not, that quickly. Then you're going to do it a little bit longer. You're making sure that it doesn't go nutso. Now you're going to do it a little longer. And you're listening. You're listening for any weirdness. It should sound like this. Nice and smooth. And you're going to disarm. Now, you're going to rearm it, and you're going to just use the right thumbstick to just put some input into it. Ready? So now we know that the motors are spinning in the right direction, and they're also Yeah, what's up, Chris?
Hey, Aaron.
How are you? All right, I'm back. So that was Chris. Chris just dropped some really good info on us that I posted over on Patreon as a fully public Patreon post. So if you go to CiottiFPV.com, there's a link to Patreon. You can go to the Patreon even if you're not on there, and it'll let you look at all my public posts. Every once in a while, I'll make a post public, and this is a really good post. He did a lot of work on remote ID for us. Where is it at? Here it is. Here it is. Doc Murdoch summarized remote ID. You can just click through those. This is the only spot that I could think of where I could attach files. So yeah, there's a bunch of attachments there. These are Chris reading through the million pages of stuff and breaking it down for us. So if you want to educate yourself on the newest remote ID stuff, here is a way to do that without spending 100,000 hours. Huge shout out to Chris, Doc Murdoch for this. Yeah, amazing for him to do that. Back to the hover test. So now we know, because we moved the right stick around, that everything is happy. The gyro is happy. There was no freak out. We're still not out of the woods. We could still add throttle, and it might go full bananas. So we're still panicky, which is a healthy fear. And we're just going to do a little. And that's it, because I don't want to kill that battery. If it'll do that, I mean, usually what I would do is kind of jump it up in the air a little bit and just kind of move it around a little bit more. But if it'll do that little hover, you're probably fine. And now you can check things like motor heat and, I don't know, other stuff. Is that Donald Takayama in the background? AD, I'm impressed. That is a Takayama Barfoot collaboration. This is actually Kristen's Chuck Barfoot board. That the artwork, he worked together with Takayama on the artwork, and yeah, it's one of my favorite. We used to have two of these. I had one in all black, and then Kristen had this Takayama one. And when we started selling stuff, at one point, I was just like, we don't need two of these. And then it's on these crazy revenge trucks, which Barfoot puts on all their boards. And then, what are these? ABEC 11. Oh, the gumballs, yeah. 84A, 76 millimeter ABEC 11 gumballs on God knows what bearings. But yeah. And it looks like a pencil. Because it's got the eraser in pink and then the yellow, you know. But yeah, Donald Takayama. I think I think didn't we lose Mr. Takayama a couple years ago? Probably more than a couple years ago. Yeah, I got to get back into longboarding. I haven't rode longboards in a long time. I dislocated my shoulder and it was really nasty, and that really put a hamper on riding longboards, because I'm just scared. Like when I ride, ever since then, because like I dislocated it real fucking bad. A combination of that and the fact that I'm getting older, the fear, the part of my brain that tries to protect my body by being, you know, intelligent and just not doing dumb shit, that part of my brain screams a lot louder now than it ever has, as all of you that are at least 30 years old can probably understand. Look at that! Cinewoop number 2! So now I can kind of sort of test the tri-blades versus the 5 blades. No, I could totally test it because I can put them both on here. So I will have a review of the GemFan 5 blades versus the GemFan 3 blades at some point for you guys. And that's a good thing, right? Getting caught up in the chat, and then I'm going to wrap this thing up. I managed to get to 6 hours, and that's what I was hoping. I was hoping to give you guys 6 hours of not panic-induced staring at the news. When I go offline, don't turn on the news. Just live in a world of... just live in your world. If it gets real bad, you'll find out about it. If it doesn't get real bad, then you'll have saved yourself some panic and despair. Jason, wait, no, we got that. Metal Dirtskin says, I'm going to mail you some cut down Racecraft 6 blades. Oh, shit, nice. You got to at least try them out. Absolutely, Metal Dirtskin. Awesome. Nukem720 says, talked about, we got that. A Ciotti microboard would be cool. I agree. Frank says, if you look at the King Kong, should I buy 4S narrow XT30 or 4S tall wide XT? What? I clicked the link. Where the hell did it go? I wanted to look at it. There it is. What is this crazy question you're asking, Frank? Tall versus short? What kind of nonsense have they built into this thing that's making you have to wonder about that? This isn't a bad looking rig. I hate these ducts though. I know why they're doing it. They're making these ridiculously shaped ducts to try to cut down on the noise level. But it also cuts down on the efficiency. 1302. Look at that. I don't think I've ever seen a 1302. Where... Let me read it again, Frank. Maybe I'm just being smooth-brained. Oh, wait, no. Was it not Frank that just said that? Or was I just reading that? What? Oh no, I just scrolled up. I got it. Nukem720's been flying the 2604s on 4S, and they fly awesome desync on 6S badly, but I don't fly 6S. Wow, I've heard that it's bad, but jeez. CiottiFPV says, "Oh, we got that." I think I scrolled way too far up. I did. There it is. If you look at the King Kong, should I buy 4S long/narrow XT30 or 4S tall/wide XT30? Says 4S 450 mAh, but not recommended dimensions. 4S. Oh. Yeah. I got you. There's two different versions of the 4S 450 batteries. One of them's long and narrow. One of them's tall and wide. I like the tall and wide ones. But it really depends on where the battery mounts. The frames that I fly, the more square 4S 450s just sort of fit better. The long ones are too skinny. So if I had to guess, this probably has a battery pad. Well, that battery pad there looks like it might actually work for both. But here's the thing. If you do the wide ones, they're going to work no matter what. The narrow ones might not work. Like a battery that's too wide will always allow the battery strap to grip it a little bit better than a battery that's too narrow. So I would say go with the wide ones. Talked about Takayama. Battery says Force 450 available not. Yep, awesome. I got there. Took me a minute, Frank, but I got there. Hey, caught up in the chat. 6 hours and 1 minute and 34 seconds. Thanks for hanging out. If you hung the whole time, you are as stupid as I am. Oh my god, you guys are the best. Thanks for everything, guys. You were super generous on this stream with the super chats. If you'd like to support me, CiottiFPV.com is how you do it. There's ways to support me for free over there, affiliate links. There's Fiverr, which I'm going to work for you. It says, can you explain the term desync and can it be fixed? Sorta. Desync is... I'm not going to give you a technical explanation, but the ESC almost gets confused in a way, and it basically shuts off one of the motors. There's a number of different reasons that this can happen, but the long and short of it is a desync is when one of the motors shuts off because something bad happened between the motor and the ESC. It can also be caused by... I'm going to leave it there. There is a good amount of desync info on YouTube. I think Mark Spatz has a video on it. I think Joshua might also have a video on it. AD says desync is a result of bad math. That's a really cool way to put it. I like that a lot, actually. Ladmiral just finished Cinesplore 20x20 iFlight stack, Nebula, Pro Vista. Had you in the background the whole time, printing my own ducks. Nice, dude. Oh, cool. You printed your own ducks. Send them on over. Awesome. Love it, Brian. Thanks for that. Alec with the last comment of the night. Fantastic stream. 6 hours well spent. Thank you, brother. And thank you to all you people. I'm going to go not speak for a while so that my voice can recover for the Snow PS4 game with Brad and Alex later tonight. If you want to join me, you certainly can. I might be streaming it. I might not. CiottiFPV on... What's it called? PS4? Here's some flying to send us into the ethos. Someday my computer will be able to just, pull up the window that I clicked on. Eventually. Oh, Fiserv. We already played Fiserv video. Andy's spot. I love this spot. Here we go. Here's Andy's spot. I named it that because Andy found it. Andy's one of the local pilots who hasn't flown in a while. I'm going to bug him to get his ass out there some more. Goodbye. I'll see you guys, daily streams if you're a patron. So I'll see most of you tomorrow. If you're not a patron, I don't make the stream private per se. So like if you subscribe and maybe click the bell button, I do daily public streams. They say patron only, but they're public. So you might catch me every day. You got to work for it though. I'm not going to make it easy for you unless you're on Patreon. Then you'll get an email. Thanks guys. Goodbye.